Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 2:54 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Environment and Climate Change as outlined in Resolution E8, which reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $73,876,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to make opening comments for up to an hour, and if they wish to introduce their staff to the committee.
Thank you very much, Mix Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am very pleased to be here today to speak to the budget, the work and priorities of the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Joining me today are the Deputy Minister for Environment and Climate Change, Laura McEachran, and members of our executive team. Mix Chair, I believe family, health, and having a safe and affordable place to live is what matters most to people. In the context of my mandate, the Environment and Climate Change file, I believe people want to live in communities that are moving to clean, sustainable energy like solar and wind. As a matter of fact, Mixed Chair, I had an opportunity to visit the beautiful Annapolis Valley, Wolfville, on Saturday to meet with representatives of Nova Scotians going solar, and just the incredible work being done throughout the province with clean renewables. Communities with close proximity to protected areas, like parks and wilderness areas, where they can hike, camp, and enjoy nature. Nova Scotians want communities with clean drinking water and air, and that are embracing a circular economy where little is wasted. Communities that are taking action to adapt to climate change and keep their environment clean and sustainable. Nova Scotians want communities that know that caring for our environment and our climate is caring for ourselves and each other. Communities that welcome new businesses, but expect them to be accountable and responsible when it comes to environmental stewardship. These are all the communities that people want to call home. Now, if we think about the mandate of the Department of Environment and Climate Change at its most basic level, I believe our job is to help create these kinds of communities in Nova Scotia. So before I take your questions this afternoon, I'd like to share a bit of our work over the past year and a few things that we have planned for the coming year, all of which have the aim to create healthy communities that people want to call home. Mixed Chair, climate change is the most pressing issue facing the global community. It also connects us to every other human being on the planet. No matter where you live, all continents, all of the people that we share this planet with, indeed all living things, are feeling the impacts of climate change. And it requires a global response. Taking action in response to climate change is something that we must do collectively, something that we must do together. No one person can solve this issue. It is both a global issue and a community issue, and it requires a community-wide response. Nova Scotians are experiencing the impacts of climate change. Last summer was a heartbreaking reminder of that reality. However, we also saw the resilience, the grit, the resolve that Nova Scotians are known for. And across the province, we are seeing municipal, community, and citizen-led leadership to mitigate the impacts and adapt to climate change. For example, in Mahone Bay, the Bluenose Coastal Action Foundation is building a living shoreline to protect the community, homes, ecosystems, and people from coastal flooding, erosion, and storms. Minister Corkum-Greek, Minister Druin, MLA Barkhouse, and I had the opportunity a few months ago to visit in Mahone Bay the Bluenose Coastal Action Foundation. Incredible work being accomplished there. In Porters Lake, Must Go Rider is installing solar panels to power electric vehicle chargers to help the people who live in that area and get to appointments, to get groceries, and so on. Minister Kent Smith and I, MLA for Eastern Shore, had the opportunity, along with HRM Councillor Tony Mancini, to see Must Go and the great work that they're doing. In Pugwash, Sunset Community Incorporated is installing solar panels to power its building and reinvesting the money they are saving on their power bills into more programming and services for their clients. These are just a few examples of community-led action that is creating a cleaner future, improving the well-being of the people who live in these communities, and creating a society that leaves no one behind. Municipalities have long been leaders in the response to climate change, and with jurisdiction for waste management, community transportation, land use planning, building permits, zoning, and much, much more, they are the closest level of government to the ground, which is a great place to try new and innovative climate solutions that then can be scaled elsewhere. Across Nova Scotia, people and communities are working to take control of their future in the face of our changing climate, rather than let climate change defeat us. The wildfires and flooding we and so many other Canadians experienced last summer represent what we can expect to continue to see more of. Our province's climate risk assessment confirms this. As a matter of fact, this is Nova Scotia's first climate risk assessment since 2005. Obviously, no one wants to see these events continue. However, we know that globally, people will continue to be impacted by our changing climate, given the level of greenhouse gases currently in the global atmosphere. And that is why our government is taking action. That is why Nova Scotians are taking action. And that is why communities are acting. Nova Scotia is showing national leadership to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonize our energy and electricity sectors. We now have a fully funded climate plan with 68 actions to help Nova Scotians and our communities adapt to climate change and to mitigate its impacts. This is the first such plan in Nova Scotia's history. And we know that Nova Scotians want to have confidence that climate action will be funded with certainty. That is why we have strengthened our climate change response by building the funding for it directly into our budget. Previous work to help Nova Scotians adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change was tied to the volatility and uncertainty of cap-and-trade auctions. Our approach is to fully fund climate action upfront in the budget and move to a new system to drive down emissions where success means no revenue will be generated. Work is well underway on the climate plan's 68 actions to grow the clean economy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, support coastal protection, transition to renewable energy, help Nova Scotians save on their energy bills, and prepare for the impacts of climate change, and much, much more. To date, we have invested $237 million from the climate plan to help Nova Scotians adapt to climate change and to mitigate its impacts, $250 million. And we're not done. We feel the urgency to do even more. Budget 2024-2025 builds on the climate change mitigation and adaptation work we have already started and sets a path for the year ahead. At Environment and Climate Change, we will invest $36.7 million in the coming fiscal year to build more climate-resilient communities, help our key economic sectors adapt and thrive in the face of our changing climate, and to protect our coast and our coastal way of life. We are leading our province's response to climate change, but together, all Nova Scotians have a role to address climate change and build green, climate-resilient communities where everyone has the best chance to achieve their full potential. That includes our coastal communities. Mixed Chair, Nova Scotia is a coastal province, and our government cares deeply about the coastline. We all want our beaches, coastal trails, and coastline to be protected so we can enjoy and use them. The changing climate means, however, that we need to rethink how and where we live and build along the coast. Nova Scotians know this. They have lived by the ocean for generations and know the landscape and their properties best. We know Nova Scotians care about their communities, their properties, and their province, and will do the right thing when they have the right information and are empowered, trusted, and accountable for their actions. There are many ways we can protect Nova Scotia's coastline. Legislation is not the only approach. Our government believes that rather than a one-size-fits-all approach of legislation, the best and most effective way to protect our coast and the homes and communities along it is to work with Nova Scotians, property owners, communities, and municipalities to determine what is best for each unique part of our coastline. That's why we have made the decision to trust local communities and Nova Scotians to make good decisions when it comes to coastal protection. And our plan empowers property owners and municipalities and gives them the tools they need to protect each unique piece of coastline. Coastal property owners and municipalities know their communities best, and their leadership will be most effective in making sure our coastline is safeguarded from climate change. And as Nova Scotians, our government shares the sense of personal responsibility and collective pride in doing what is right, whether it is protecting the coastline or supporting a neighbor. Nova Scotians have lived by the ocean for generations. They know the landscape and their properties best and how to keep them safe. We need to listen to them and leverage their experience and knowledge and empower them. They have a personal stake to do this right. Our municipal leadership is absolutely key when it comes to coastal protection. They know their communities best and how to move forward working with residents through zoning, bylaws, and building permits. The municipality of the County of Guysborough is an example of this leadership, and in fact, feels they are ahead of the game when it comes to protecting the 200 kilometers of coastline within its jurisdiction. Guysborough has had a climate adaptation plan in place for at least 8 years, including a focus on coastal protection. And, Mr. Chair, I'll table that. Thank you very much. I believe Nova Scotians with the right information will make the right decisions. We would never do anything as a government to jeopardize our coast. That isn't what's happening. We have a plan to empower our municipalities and property owners with the tools they need to make good decisions and protect our coast and our coastal way of life. And, Mixed Chair, we will get this right and continue to live by our coast and enjoy our coastal areas. The province will also continue to support all Nova Scotians and the communities they call home, both those along the coast and inland, by doing the following: investing more in floodline mapping programming, which provides property owners and municipalities with information on flooding risks. And since we launched the climate plan for Nova Scotia, we have allocated $8.6 million for floodline mapping. My team are also working on a province-wide erosion risk assessment, which municipalities can use in their zoning and planning work. And we are supporting the greening of our grid as the move to renewable energy, as outlined in the Nova Scotia Clean Energy Plan. Over the past year, our government completed the largest ever procurement for renewable electricity in the province, resulting in 5 wind projects that, when completed, will result in about 70% of our electricity coming from renewable sources. We also developed the first module of the Nova Scotia Offshore Wind Roadmap, which sets the province's vision for offshore wind with a goal to offer leases for 5 megawatts of onshore wind power by 2023. And I have to tell you, Mixed Chair, I had the opportunity in December of last year to go on board the Orion, the Belgian vessel that is installing offshore wind turbines off of Martha's Vineyard. Incredible technology. That is a key path forward. When we say Nova Scotia by 2030 will emerge as a clean, renewable powerhouse, it is through means such as that for us to achieve those objectives. So incredible innovation taking place, Mixed Chair. At Environment and Climate Change, we approved 10 new onshore wind energy projects through environmental assessments in 2023, which will create enough clean, affordable, renewable energy to power the equivalent of just under 500,000 homes. We also issued environmental approvals for 2 green hydrogen facilities. Our vision is not only to green our grid, but to make Nova Scotia a global leader in green energy production, to be a clean energy powerhouse. We're helping people to make their homes energy efficient. And since 2021, our government has invested almost $300 million in programs and services that are getting Nova Scotians off oil and making their homes more energy efficient. These are just a few examples of the work that is being done to make our people, communities, and province resilient to climate change. And we'll continue to invest in programs like the Community Climate Capacity Program and the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which supports grassroots community leadership in response to climate change. The Community Climate Capacity Program provides municipalities and communities with funding to bring on dedicated, skilled climate change staff and other resources to guide you through the climate and sustainability initiatives at the local level. Projects eligible for community climate capacity support may include, but are not limited to, the development of a climate plan, implementing elements of an existing climate plan, undertaking adaptation or mitigation measures, improving asset management, or completing grant applications for funding to support climate initiatives. Later this spring, I'll be announcing the first round of communities funded through the Community Climate Capacity Program. And of course, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund recognizes the communities that are the first responders to climate change. Together with the Community Climate Capacity Program, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund that is empowering people and communities to lead the action that is needed to tackle climate change head-on and reduce carbon emissions. That new program has been so effective that we topped it up by $15.4 million last fall. And just to illustrate, Mixed Chair, just how our climate plan is a living, breathing document, always changing, always evolving. I can remember the exact moment you and I had left the meeting, and it was not long after the wildfires and the flooding, and just, both the Deputy Minister and I saying, we're going to need to top this fund off, increase it, because it's so critical for climate adaptation and mitigation for our local communities. So this is what great partnerships between the province, municipalities, and communities can accomplish. And I want to say a big thank you to Juanita Spencer and the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities for their great work in administering the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. And certainly as MLAs, at any time, if we can get you information on the application process for the fund, your not-for-profits, universities, municipalities definitely can benefit enormously with this local grant for climate action. This past year, we also hired a flood management and adaptation lead to also help communities and municipalities adapt to climate change. And we're in the process now of hiring a stormwater engineer to further support municipalities and communities in their work to adapt to climate change and create climate-resilient communities. Mixed Chair, another way we are supporting strong and healthy communities is by holding the electricity sector and large industry accountable for reducing their emissions. So allow me to switch gears for a moment. I'd like to discuss with you our output-based pricing system. The OBPS, the output-based pricing system, does just that. Industry produces about 50% of Nova Scotia's carbon emissions, and a large majority of that 50% is generated by Nova Scotia Power. Nova Scotia's output-based pricing system is driving greenhouse gas reductions. It's holding large emitters accountable and ensuring our businesses remain competitive and minimize rate impacts and make life affordable for Nova Scotians. Over the past year, we developed and adopted the regulations which require participants, including facilities owned by Nova Scotia Power and 6 other large industrial companies, to reduce their emissions and meet new performance standards, measurement, and reporting requirements. The regulations will apply to roughly half of Nova Scotia's greenhouse gas emissions, driving them to reduce their emissions while supporting them to do this at the lowest cost to Nova Scotians. As of January 1st, 2023, registered facilities are responsible for their emissions. This means that they must report their emissions and pay for any that are above their threshold. Facilities are required to report their 2023 emissions to us on June 1st of this year. Shortly after this date, we will know how much revenue is generated by the output-based pricing system. Revenue under the program is difficult to project and will depend on if participants reduce emissions as required by the regulations. Actually, when you think about it, no revenue is the win we are focused on. Participants that do not reduce their emissions will have to pay, and the deadline for payment will be the late fall of 2024. Another key date to keep in mind is December 1st, 2024, when the facilities participating in the output-based pricing system must report to us on how they are meeting their compliance obligations. The output-based pricing system complements other provincial policies and commitments to ensure Nova Scotia Power stays on track to phase out coal and meet its 80% renewable target in 2030 while minimizing the impacts on ratepayers. Together, these policies will reduce electricity sector emissions by 85 to 90% by 2030. And once the Clean Power Plan is fully implemented, Nova Scotia will be a North American leader in emissions reductions from the electricity sector. So, Mixed Chair, I will end my remarks on climate change in the same vein that I began. Climate change is the most pressing global emergency facing humanity. We will only be successful in reducing emissions, mitigating the impacts, and adapting to our changing climate if every single Nova Scotian steps up to take action. In the coming year, we will continue to work and partner with Nova Scotians, municipalities, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, Efficiency One, the Clean Foundation, academia, the MICMA of Nova Scotia, researchers, and others to support the all-hands-on-deck approach that is absolutely essential in responding to climate change. Mixed Chair, as we know, the federal carbon tax will increase on April 1st, meaning Nova Scotians will pay even more for gas and home heating fuels. As a government, we stand firm that a strong and effective response to climate change doesn't require a carbon tax. Nova Scotia has a strong plan to address climate change that is not dependent on taxing hardworking people at a time when affordability is a concern. Mixed Chair, we have legislated greenhouse gas reduction targets, and we have a path to get there, and in fact, have one of the highest greenhouse gas reduction targets in Canada. We're exceeding our targets to move to renewable energy. We're helping more people every day move to solar panels and heat pumps. And of course, we are ramping up wind energy. We and Nova Scotians are doing all of this and more without a harmful carbon tax. Nova Scotians and our government are proud of our proven leadership in stepping up to protect the planet, our environment, and all that we hold dear. And we will continue to demonstrate what true climate leadership looks like, as opposed to just taxing people. Mixed Chair, I'd like to take a moment and discuss land and water protection. Mixed Chair, the relationship between our mental and physical health, well-being, and time spent in nature is absolutely clear. And that's one reason why our government has prioritized protecting more of our land and water. There's many other reasons. Protected natural areas, as you know, give us clean drinking water and clean air to breathe. They capture and store carbon and help mitigate the impacts of flooding, which is critical in our fight against climate change. Land conservation is essential for Nova Scotia's environmental and economic health and prosperity. Protected areas support healthy communities and help make our province's communities great places to live. And that is why the Climate Plan has 5 actions to strengthen biodiversity, prevent further biodiversity loss, restore natural areas, and protect more of our land and water. In 2023, I was proud to announce that Environment and Climate Change protected an additional 14,600 hectares of land and water. With land trust and natural resources and renewable contributions added in, about 20,000 hectares of land was added to the network of protected and conserved areas in 2023. And in August, we designated 684 hectares of old-growth forest, hardwood drumlins, lakes, and wetlands as Archibald Lake Wilderness Area, a place that is now protected forever as habitat for many species such as the Canada warbler, the mainland moose, brook trout, and Atlantic salmon. In December, we designated Island Lake Wilderness Area, protecting just under 4,000 hectares of old-growth forest, lakes, wetlands, watercourses, and wildlife habitat, including part of the lower Ingram River, and Island Lake, a popular and beloved destination for hiking, canoeing, and camping. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, and give a shout out to Scott Beaver, President of the St. Mary's River Association, a shout out to Chris Miller of the Canadian Parks and Wilderness, CPAWS, Ray Plurd of the Ecology Action Centre, and Mike Lancaster, Executive Director of the St. Margaret's Bay Stewardship Association, who worked tirelessly to help make these two wilderness area designations a reality. In addition to Archibald Lake and Island Lake, my department also designated an additional 13 new wilderness areas and nature reserves in 2023 and expanded 8 existing wilderness areas and 1 existing nature reserve, ending 2023 with 13.5% of the province now protected. About 13.1% of the province's coastline is also protected from development inside the boundaries of provincial and national parks, wilderness areas, nature reserves, wildlife areas, and inland owned and managed by land conservation trusts and Mi'kmaq organizations. In the coming fiscal year, we will continue work to reach our goal of protecting 20% of land and water by 2030 and to protecting more of our coastline by designating more coastal areas for protection. Our new collaborative protected areas strategy is now guiding Nova Scotia forward to further success with achieving this goal. The strategy will help us identify and designate new protected areas on both provincial and private lands. And as we move forward to implement the strategy, our aim is to protect areas that represent the full diversity of Nova Scotia's natural areas, ecosystems, and species. To do this, we will work with Mi'kmaq communities and conservation partners, land trusts, as well as municipalities, private landowners, and other stakeholders. Obviously, we can't reach our land protection target alone. We need the support of all Nova Scotians. And to this end, we will collaborate with our partners and stakeholders to achieve our shared land protection goals. And in doing so, we will protect our environment, both for our enjoyment and for the benefits it brings to our health, well-being, economy, and way of life. Certainly the first thing I did, Mixed Chair, once we adjourned for the March break is I got out into nature and took a nice hike at Hurdles Beach, beautiful South Shore, and up to Gaff Point. I mean, Nova Scotians, we so enjoy our protected areas. Mixed Chair, all of this will help ensure a sustainable and healthy future for our province, our people, and our economy. And as we turn our attention to fiscal year 2024-2025, my team will continue to work to designate protected areas from the 2013 Parks and Protected Areas Plan, implement the Collaborative Areas Protected Strategy, and support Mi'kmaq-led conservation. And of course, we have signed the new federal-provincial Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement with Ottawa. And this will speed up our land and water protection work by creating new wilderness areas and nature reserves, supporting Mi'kmaq-led conservation and accelerating conservation on private lands. And we are in the final stages of negotiating the contribution agreement that flows from this nature agreement. The funding will support an increase in the amount of protected land in Nova Scotia by 82,500 hectares by March of 2026 and allow Nova Scotia's continued national leadership in conservation. Next, Chair, I'd like to provide some comments on safeguarding our air and water. As many know, our government's top priority is health care. There is a direct connection between a healthy environment and healthy people. Having clean drinking water and clean, safe air to breathe supports public health and prevention of health issues. Nova Scotia is known for our clean air and plentiful water, and we want to keep it that way for generations to come. And while air zones in Nova Scotia continue to meet the Canadian ambient air quality standards, we are continuing our work to update the province's air emission targets and ambient air quality standards by 2025 to ensure Nova Scotians continue to have clean and healthy air. This past year, we also published our Air Assessments Guidance document, which helps industry understand the province's expectations for assessing and reducing potential impacts to air quality. Many of the climate plan actions also support clean air. For example, increasing renewable energy and phasing out coal-fired electricity generation will improve air quality. And Mixed Chair, as Nova Scotians are aware, our government's top priority absolutely is healthcare, and access to safe, reliable water is very important for our well-being and health, whether it's for drinking, food production, recreation, or for our uses in our homes, such as bathing. Again, we are fortunate in Nova Scotia to have an abundance of clean water. And to make sure that the water Nova Scotians depend on remains safe for humans and ecosystems, we are working on developing provincial water quality objectives. This work will help us set clear goals for water quality in lakes and rivers and make it easier for communities and all levels of government to protect them. Mixed Chair, about 50% of Nova Scotians depend on wells for their water. We know most of those wells haven't been tested for the natural contaminants that can make people sick. So to help raise awareness of the importance of testing well water, we ran a public education campaign last summer. The Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act commits Nova Scotia to address barriers that exist for people to test and treat their wells. And in the coming year, we will pilot different ways to make testing more convenient and promote public awareness and education, so people know how to test and why it is so important to do so. Mixed Chair, Nova Scotians value and enjoy Nova Scotia's many beautiful lakes. I have the honor of representing a community, Dartmouth, which is known as the City of Lakes. And with more frequent occurrences of blue-green algae, it is important that Nova Scotians know what to look for and the steps they need to take to protect themselves and their pets and still enjoy our lakes. In the coming year, we will continue our blue-green algae public education campaign, which has been very effective in increasing awareness, understanding, and action. As our province grows, we are doing more and more to make sure our lakes and waterways remain healthy. Sediment and erosion are concerning, and that is why adequate prevention and control is so important. This is a complex issue and requires work by both municipal and provincial levels of government to protect our environment in areas where development is happening frequently. And I want to assure all Nova Scotians that developers must comply with the Environment Act and its very stringent regulations. No one gets a free pass. Before I leave air and water, I wanted to acknowledge and thank the Environment and Climate Change team who delivered the well water test for those who were impacted by last summer's fires. I mean, I can recall, I think it was a co-op student or a summer student jumped in their vehicle and drove down to Barrington to deliver the well water testing kits. Just an incredible initiative on the part of a young Nova Scotian, and I commend the entire team, many of them who are here with us here today, who really stepped up to support their fellow Nova Scotians. Bacteria and chemicals from a fire, Mixed Chair, can impact home wells when they sit unused for long periods of time. To help make the return home easier for people with wells and to give them peace of mind about the safety of their water, we arranged at that time and paid for free testing for their well water. Now, Mixed Chair, I'd like to take a moment and discuss the circular economy. Mixed Chair, creating a circular economy and cutting down on waste and litter is essential to help ensure the health and sustainability of our environment and our resources. Our waste management sector and the circular economy creates jobs and business opportunities and drives innovation. Moving Nova Scotia to a circular economy is another legislated goal we are working to achieve. And we currently have one of the lowest disposal rates in the country at 400 kilograms per person per year, but our goal is to reduce this number to 300 kilograms per person per year. Mixed Chair, one of the most effective ways to reduce the amount of waste that ends up in landfills is through extended producer responsibility programs. As many know, over the past year, we announced new extended producer responsibility programs for batteries, lamps, and small household electric appliances, as well as packaging, paper products, and other blue bag materials. These new extended producer responsibility programs fall under two sets of regulations: the solid waste resource management regulations, which now include programs for batteries, lamps, and small household electric appliances, such as irons, can openers, and hair dryers, something I don't necessarily need, seeing if you're paying attention, and a new set of the extended producer responsibility regulations to cover packaging, paper products, and materials in the residential blue bag recycling program. Producers will have to meet recycling targets that will encourage more eco-friendly packaging and reduce single-use plastics. And having producers cover the cost of recycling will save Nova Scotia municipalities around $25 million annually. The new programs will take effect on various dates over the next 28 months. And by adding 4 new extended producer responsibility programs, we are reaffirming Nova Scotia's position as a leader in sustainable waste resource management and building a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future for generations to come. Nova Scotians have long been leaders in waste diversion and recycling, and we are proud of our record on solid waste reduction. Our work in the coming year will continue to support and empower Nova Scotians and municipalities to continue this trend, and will also modernize how we recycle. We highly value our partnerships with municipalities, waste management service providers, Divert Nova Scotia, and others to create greener communities and to support our respective waste reduction goals. And I want to thank them for all that they do to make our communities green, healthy, and sustainable. Mixed Chair, environment is a regulatory department, as most are aware. So therefore, I want to take a moment and discuss client services and delivering our services and the expectation of delivering those services with excellence. Mixed Chair, my department works actively to protect our health through a rigorous set of regulatory responsibilities. The correlation is simple. A healthy environment equals healthy people. Our government has a vision to not only to move away from fossil fuels by 2030, but to make Nova Scotia a leader in clean renewable energy within the next 10 years. Energy that will power our grid and meet the needs of Nova Scotians, and energy that we can export. We have what it takes to be a producer and exporter of wind, tidal energy, green hydrogen, and much, much more. As the regulator, my role is to be a neutral steward of the environmental assessment process, which allows innovative projects like these to proceed while ensuring the environment is protected. We can do both and do both extremely well. Mixed Chair, our department is making great progress assessing our regulations and approaches to ensure that requirements are clear, easy to understand, and can be met with a minimum amount of red tape. We want companies to spend less time trying to figure out our environmental protection rules and just be able to focus on knowing them, understanding them, and following them. By streamlining and modernizing our processes, we expect to yield even better applications and reduce the amount of time staff have to spend explaining our laws and regulations. It is important both for the department and our clients that we set clear expectations and follow through to ensure that these expectations are met. And I want to assure all Nova Scotians that this doesn't mean we are compromising environmental protection. In fact, it's the opposite. For compliance to happen, companies and industry must have clear knowledge and understanding of the requirements they must adhere to. And Mixed Chair, in the coming year, we will continue to modernize our department's regulations and processes to help make sure they can be met with a minimum amount of unnecessary red tape. And we are keeping Nova Scotians in mind every step of the way. This includes our ongoing legislated goal to modernize the environmental assessment process. We are applying this lens to all of our work to modernize and remove ambiguity. Mixed Chair, I want to take a moment and discuss the environmental racism panel. Mixed Chair, Nova Scotia has a troubling history of environmental racism. To help address this historic wrong, we created a community-led panel to address environmental racism. The panel is completing its work now, and we look forward to their final recommendations. Also, Mixed Chair, with respect to the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act goals, I've mentioned many of the commitments that are contained in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. Mixed Chair, I want Nova Scotians to know that we're making great progress on achieving these goals. And in the coming year, the Department will continue our work to ensure a clean, healthy, and sustainable future for Nova Scotians. Every July, Environment and Climate Change Nova Scotia issues the annual update on how we are meeting our goals in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act and the Nova Scotia Climate Plan for Clean Growth. Of course, as I said, that will be forthcoming, the third annual progress report, and we intend to release before the end of July. Mixed Chair, I want to conclude with some words of gratitude. First, to the incredible team at Environment and Climate Change. Their work is making our province one of the best places to live, work, and visit. And I have to say, as a minister, I have a lot of fun working with the team and learning from them. An incredibly talented group of professionals. I may be biased, but I feel I have the best team in the government of Nova Scotia. Every day, Mixed Chair, they are leading our province's fight against climate change to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and I'm very proud that Nova Scotia has the strongest greenhouse gas reduction target in the country, 53% below 2005 levels. The team's work is maintaining Nova Scotia's position as a national leader in land conservation. They inspect restaurants, cafeterias, and food trucks, helping to make sure our food is safe for incredible events that are held in our communities like Ribfest, one of my all-time favorites. Because of them, Nova Scotians can have confidence that if they get a tattoo or a piercing, there are safeguards in place to protect their health. And they enforce our environmental laws and regulations to help make sure Nova Scotians have clean air to breathe and safe drinking water. And their work is moving us to a circular economy. Their work touches and benefits every single Nova Scotian, contributing to our well-being and quality of life. I'd like to thank them for what they do every day. They are a committed and passionate team, and their professionalism and service to the people of Nova Scotia does not go unnoticed. I also want to thank our many partners and organizations who hold us accountable for protecting our province's environment. I'd like to especially thank Scott Skinner with the Clean Foundation, Stephen McDonald with Efficiency One, and Board Chair of Efficiency One, Bill Leahy. And of course, the incredible teams at both those organizations. They are key delivery partners that work directly with Nova Scotians every day. Finally, I'd like to thank the members of the Ministers' Roundtable on Environment and Sustainable Prosperity and the Ministers' Youth Climate Council for their leadership and advice. As a matter of fact, Mixed Chair, I had the privilege last week of meeting with Nova Scotia's Youth Climate Council, a council that was set up under our climate plan so that our youth have a direct say, a direct involvement in the development of public policy. And I so enjoyed our discussion on housing, the coastal protection plan, and just a multitude of subjects. They are an impressive, incredible group of young Nova Scotians. Mixed Chair, our government is moving on solutions that work, and we are building a province that thrives from one end to the other. And we are making progress building our province so that all Nova Scotians can live in a vibrant, healthy communities and have the best chance to achieve their full potential. And with that, Mixed Chair, I would now be happy to take questions from colleagues. Thank you.
According to the practice that has developed in our legislature, each of the opposition caucuses takes turn asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a caucus turn, the members within a caucus may take turns as examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions, and caucuses are expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect from the official opposition.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I appreciate the opening comments from the minister. Certainly very thorough, covered a lot of the areas that I plan to ask questions on. But why don't I just start with the coastal protection action item? And I note that the minister referenced the climate plan a number of times, and he actually said that this is a living document. Those words caught my attention, given that clause or action item 12 actually spells out a commitment to implement new regulations under the Coastal Protection Act in 2023. So I think, given that this is a living document, my question really is, what is the minister's plan in terms of updating the 68 actions that he references over and over and over again, when in fact there is only 67 action plans, if I'm reading that correctly, because you can't conceivably say you're replacing Action 12 without a specific amendment that speaks to this new plan that the minister just is deciding to embark on, when it is not vague. It is a specific action item that the government will be enacting regulations when you're proclaiming the act. And so it was just a couple days before the House started this session where the minister removed that action item in practice, and I wonder if he will be explicitly removing it from the climate action plan. And I want to remind the minister that this is something that he supported in opposition, voted for, certainly was supportive when multiple rounds of consultations have gone through. And while he answers that question, maybe he can give a specific reason of why this will be removed as part of the climate action plan, and at what date the department began creating this coastal climate change plan, and if that was during the consultations.
I recognize the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I recognize the Honourable Environment Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question on the Coastal Protection Action Plan. So certainly, when I say these plans are living documents, they absolutely are. I mean, we need to pivot and adapt very quickly at times. Certainly, last year, Nova Scotians, their lived experience with climate change has been eye-opening, and I want Nova Scotians to know, who have been impacted by wildfires and flooding, just, the government will do all that we can to support you, to help adapt to the realities of climate change. And you saw that embodied in our climate plan, where we topped up the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund by an additional $15 million to support residents for adaptation and mitigation programming. So look, when it comes to reporting, Under the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have the obligation to report annually by the end of July on the outcomes that are being achieved under the Act and the climate plan. The previous government, for whatever reason, stopped that annual accountability to the legislature. By legislating our climate targets, we provide annual updates to Nova Scotians, and certainly we'll make sure all MLAs receive a copy of that. And not only that, just with respect to the climate plan, this is a 5-year plan where at the end of those 5 years, we intend to review, we intend to expand that climate plan. We know from the risk assessment, our first risk assessment since 2005, that there are going to be a number of challenges impacting our province. Wildfires, flooding. We know in the out years, extreme heat is going to be very, very challenging. So we adapt accordingly. Now, with respect to Action 12, we have definitely taken an approach here that I think takes coastal protection out of isolation. In 2019, when the Act was passed, we certainly supported the spirit of that Act. We all agree, I think in Nova Scotia, there's a strong consensus, we need coastal action. That specific piece of legislation was very much in isolation, very much in what I categorized as a silo. Because in 2019, you didn't have what we have today. You didn't have legislated climate change goals. We have that now through the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. We didn't have a climate risk assessment. We didn't have the Nova Scotia Climate Change Plan for clean renewable growth. We didn't have the Clean Energy Plan. We didn't have the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. We didn't have the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement. We didn't have a collaborative protected areas strategy. So we have embarked on implementing a plan that is very much focused on municipal leadership, that is very much focused on empowering and working with municipalities to ensure the proper zoning, to ensure folks don't build in hazardous areas, in areas that we know are prone to coastal erosion, and areas that are identified as hazards. And they are the boots on the ground, municipal units. They're responsible for the zoning. So we'll be working with them, collaborating with our municipal units to have this enforced. But also we have a great confidence in Nova Scotians that we believe empowering them, supporting informed decision-making. All the tools are out there now. There's no excuse. One just needs to utilize the online maps to get information. If there are challenges interpreting that information, the province has set up navigators. We've put in place personnel to help support residents interpret that information. And not only that, I mean, we're the first government in Nova Scotia to take coastal protection and put it into place, to take action. We've immediately deployed resources for coastal protection, an additional $3.2 million to help municipalities with floodline mapping. The honourable member was probably aware that by 2027, partnering with the federal government, we intend to have all of Nova Scotia mapped out in terms of the flood hazards and risks. So the action plan is being put into place. Even as of this week, there'll be meetings with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities to discuss the best path forward, working together, consulting with them to help them design the bylaws, the example bylaws that are going to be required for zoning. So we are moving forward with the plan. We are moving forward with our climate action plan. All of this together, I think, positions Nova Scotia for a strong leadership role in Canada for climate action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognize the honourable member Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'm struggling with trying to figure out what the reason is. And the minister talks a lot about municipalities taking leadership. And then we hear also the answer that, which I think is more ideological, about let the landlords, let the property or landowners figure out what they want. And I think he said the words, leave us alone, which are two very different answers. And he said, the minister said in the opening remarks, that the property owners know their properties best. I find that hard to believe that a property owner would know the science, would know more than engineers, and the multitude of people that are educated in climate science, erosion, better than anyone else. But that speaks to the ideological reason. And so the reasons that he's giving to let municipalities organize and implement their planning is exactly the reason why we needed a Coastal Protection Act, is because municipalities weren't doing that. Some of them didn't have capacity to do that, so they're asking through the Federation and other groups that have been working on this for some time. His answer about trying to still keep Action 12 in the plan but actually going against what Action 12 says, I don't think is acceptable. But I wonder how this implicates other policy decisions. Does the minister support minimum planning standards, like with municipalities? Does he take the ideological position to leave landowners alone when it comes to straight pipes, following the logic, allowing the property owners to know their waste systems best and allow raw sewage to continue to be dumped in rivers? So I don't think it's clear, and I don't think it's clear the timing of when this decision was made. In 2022, the Climate Change Plan for Clean Growth mentions the Coastal Protection Act several times as an important piece of this climate action. And then the 2023 progress report, the minister referenced, doesn't mention it once. So I want to ask the minister, did he make the decision not to proclaim this act back in 2022, prior to the last round of consultation, given that it was not referenced? And if he's willing to provide, since it's budget estimates, the full amount the department spent on planning for this act and reversing the act, so that includes the social media campaign that is ongoing right now, that includes the glossy booklets that are going out to MLA's offices, significant funding. We know about the 100,000 as the latest round of consultations, and surely before coming to the House for budget estimates, the minister can identify how much money has been spent in this area and when exactly the decision was made.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ideology. Well, I'm as ideological as my kitchen toaster. I suppose if you had to brand me, just a classic pragmatist, centrist. I don't accord, value to a lot of values to policies. Like, when it comes to like the carbon tax, for example, I've heard it, a premier was called immoral because of their opposition. Like, what we're talking about here are policy tools. And all governments have many tools at their disposal to implement outcomes that they're trying to achieve. And legislation is one tool that could be utilized. But in this particular case, we determined, the best approach here would most certainly be an action plan that is comprehensive, an action plan that very much, informs local decision-making, supports local decision-making, supports our municipalities who have the very important job in Nova Scotia of zoning. And they have the expertise. In areas where support is going to be needed, the province has committed to those municipal units that absolutely we will be there. We will be there to support. And you saw that immediately when this plan was released a few weeks ago, February 26th, I believe it was. And we saw that with the deployment of the map, with the navigators, with the floodline mapping investments, in the flood management and adaptation leads, and all the financial resources that we've deployed right away. And this will continue. This will continue to get scaled up as time goes on. I can tell you when it comes to any policy, there's always ongoing analysis. There's always ongoing reviews in terms of arriving at a decision point. I can tell you a lot of discussion went into this with my department, with my team, with my colleagues in government, because Nova Scotians want coastal protection. There is a broad consensus for that. Now, there's certainly a diversity of opinion, in my estimation, on what tool is the most effective. We've made the decision that this 15-point action plan is the best approach because it will empower that local decision-making, support our coastal property owners, support our municipalities, and as I've indicated, resources right away for coastal protection. So just with respect to the member's question on the coastal action spending thus far, it's public knowledge that the targeted consultation was $100,000, and then the mail-outs related to that were $45,000. And then, of course, if we look right away at the real key parts of the plan. We've invested $6.6 million for the community capacity coordinators. And then, of course, we have $30 million for the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. All these are key components of our plan. And also, with respect to the municipal floodline mapping, we'll be investing $10.4 million up until 2027 for that. So these are wise investments, I believe, for Nova Scotia, Mr. Chair, because we need coastal protection. Absolutely, it is a component of a 68-point plan that we have in our climate change plan. And when I say this requires an all-hands-on-deck approach, I mean that's just not rhetoric. I mean that as a leader in Nova Scotia. We require everyone, individuals, the not-for-profit sectors, all levels of government to work together on climate action. And you just saw that recently, to borrow a phrase from Minister Rushton, we had a joyous occasion in Bedford a few days ago where the federal government, the provincial government, and the municipality announced the new net zero high-speed ferry, a classic example of all three levels of government working. So I'm of the opinion that climate action, coastal action, anything related to climate change requires an all-hands-on-deck approach, and you certainly saw that play out when we announced jointly with the federal government and the municipality those high-speed ferries. And just a shout out to my stepson Christopher. He thinks it should be called the Bedford Bullet, but we'll let the process play out for the naming of that ferry.
I recognize the honourable member Timberlake Prospect.
Thank you. So I did get some cost estimates. I appreciate that. I didn't get an answer of when the decision was actually made. And Was it not the plan to look at the regulations of having certified professionals determine whether it's safe or not for people to build? And does the minister not think that at a certain point, whether it's next year or year after, that for the collective good that the government has a role to play to protect even neighboring properties? So you can provide all the education you want, and I think the minister's spending $3 million to build a website for municipalities to look at and an app. But at a certain point, given that there was consideration for grandparent clauses, everybody who had a permit, I mean, I was in the department, we've had all these discussions, a notice period, if you had a building permit, you can still build. But at the end of the day, shouldn't we try to protect communities, insurance rates that will inevitably climb? The government of Nova Scotia will incur extra costs. We talked about all the natural disasters that are happening. Is there a forecast for disaster financial assistance to communities that will continue to grow because we are not saying no to building at a certain point in time? And so I do think it is ideological to put the interests of a private owner ahead of the collective public interest. And I think that's what we're seeing here, is a lack of willingness to take a leadership role in saying, at a certain point, knowing what we know today, knowing the science, allowing professionals to determine for the public good, but even the private landowners' right to be safe. I mean, I don't know who's winning here other than perhaps a millionaire who wants to continue to build unnatural rock right up to the coastline that could prevent public access, that could prevent erosion, and then having to rebuild that wall again 20, 30 years because they have the money to do so. I'll leave this topic soon, but I'm still not hearing a legitimate reason to backtrack on something the minister had supported, given all of those considerations that would have been given during consultation. We need more time. We have a building permit. Will you let us build? So I'm just trying to figure out where the minister can actually justify that position of his government. When did he make the decision? And at the very least, release the findings of the consultation. Like, what's the harm in just allowing the public to see what Nova Scotians actually think instead of concluding what the silent majority, I think, have to say?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And certainly, you know, our commitment to coastal protection is unwavering. You know, what's changed here is how we're going about coastal protection. That piece of legislation was very narrow in its focus, and it took a one-size-fits-all approach. And we feel we need to respect the diversity of the coastline, and so that's why we've come forward with this action plan that has 15 really strong goals to help empower local decision making. And certainly, look, I can tell you, like, we take a very practical and realistic approach to all that we do. You see that in our policy development on a number of files, whether it's healthcare, whether it's climate change. I believe Nova Scotians and Canadians want practical and realistic solutions. We want practical and realistic alternatives to fossil fuels. We want to be able to still live along the coastline, but do it in the safest way possible. And this action plan very much acknowledges and respects the fundamental role of our municipalities in delivering climate action, in delivering climate policy, in protecting our coastline. I have a great respect for our municipal units, and I've had the privilege and opportunity, serving almost 3 years as minister. I mean, former minister and premier right in front of me here. I mean, the member knows the challenges and opportunities that come with a leadership position like that. And I've had such an opportunity to see the incredible municipal leadership on climate change. I think of a community like Clare and meeting with Alistair Surrett at Université Sainte-Anne and just seeing the incredible work that municipality, that university is doing. I think that was voted by the Suzuki Foundation as one of the greenest universities, greenest communities in Canada. Incredible work. You think of the great work being done in Bridgewater, the great work being done in CBRM, and of course here in Metro, the great work that's being done with Halifax. So municipalities have demonstrated time and time again they are climate leaders, and that's why one of the key aspects of this plan is getting helping areas that need support, getting those community leaders into those communities, those climate leaders. And so we'll partner with our municipalities, but they have the expertise, they have the know-how, they're responsible for zoning. We will collaborate and work with them, Mr. Chair, to ensure that municipalities are set up for success. And you look at a municipality like the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, incredible work that they're doing there, Guysborough, Halifax. We commend them for that. And but for areas that are going to require additional resources and support, we'll be there to work with them and work through the issues because coastal protection is absolutely key. With respect to disaster relief, the honourable member knows that there's ongoing work between the provincial government and the federal government. We're awaiting, I guess, a word. We're awaiting a response from the federal government, hopefully in April of this year, with respect to disaster relief and the go forward on that. Again, another example, Mr. Chair, of just, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to how we adapt and mitigate, it really is an all-hands-on-deck approach. It really is the constant collaboration between the federal government, the provinces, and the municipalities. And I've seen that firsthand, and I know the former minister saw that when he attended CCME, Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment. Incredible collaboration around that FPT table. And quite frankly, I mean, that in many respects, that, we had an FPT meeting last May, and out of that, I mean, we really started to see the momentum on the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, which is going to help us to preserve a lot more land and water by 2030. So in summary, Mr. Chair, look, I mean, what's changed here is how we're going about coastal protection. And we think we have a very balanced plan, a common sense plan that's rooted in the practical and realistic, that supports informed decision making and immediately deploys the necessary tools for a coastal property owner, for any Nova Scotian, to make an informed decision about that particular piece of property and not to build in an area that is unsafe. And of course, working with our municipalities so that they can enforce this. Because what may be appropriate in Paramba, in Argyle, may be different in Clare, and it may be different, and it probably will be different in places like Inverness and Guysborough. So it's making sure our municipal units have the resources that they need to set their residents up for success and to live along the coastline, if they so choose to live along there in the most safe way possible. They now have the tools to make an informed decision and to work with their municipal units. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member, Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess what I would just say to that is the science is consistent across the province and how we deal with coastlines. It doesn't have to be the same setback, and there were certainly flexibility mechanisms that were planned for the Act. But I want to talk about waste and the circular economy, the reference to that piece. So, talk about targets. The minister has said there was never targets before, which is inaccurate. There were targets brought in by his own party in 2007 and updated in 2012. And we brought in the greenhouse gas reduction target in 2019 that the minister has repeated in his legislation, which leads the country. And we had renewable energy targets that were repeated in that legislation. But the solid waste target that has been around since 2007 has been the 300 kilograms per person. I've asked about this. It's obviously Otter Lake landfill sits in my constituency, so I have a great interest in following the target itself, but operations. And last year, the minister reported at estimates that really no movement, 400 kilograms per person. And we seem to be stalled there. The July 2023 report referenced 417 kilograms per person. So arguably it's going the wrong direction. So the minister referenced he's been in the department 3 years. I don't see any downward trajectory of getting even close to the order of magnitude of that target that has been around for a long time. The minister did say last year that the department would be designing a plan that would help us get there. I want to ask the minister, where's that plan?
Recognize the Honourable Environment Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Certainly, the target, the 300 kilo target, very, very important to our government. I think any just sort of travel throughout Canada, travel throughout the world, I think we'd acknowledge Nova Scotia. It's a pretty special place, and when it comes to the circular economy, we have, since the 1990s, I think, shown a very strong leadership role in the circular economy. You think of some of the incredible work that's come out of Divert Nova Scotia over the years. Just, fantastic work that's being accomplished. So, as the honourable member probably knows, we currently have one of the lowest waste disposal rates in the country, and that's at about 400 kilograms per person per year. We've set the objective to improve that by 2030 because we know we can do better. We know there is a desire on the part of Nova Scotians to constantly improve that. I know the 4 kids that I have at home, I shouldn't call them kids, 3 of them are teenagers now, I'm going to pay the price for that. But they're very passionate about this. I think, the next generation of Nova Scotians are always looking for that area of where we can improve. And, when I've had my kids stateside, some of the different states they have different approaches to recycling. To their horror in some states, it's just like, I can't believe that that they don't have robust recycling, circular economy approaches like we do in Nova Scotia. So we're proud of what we've accomplished here. We can always do better, and that is why we've established that 300 kilo target. Certainly, there are always many different variables you're utilizing to analyze a policy. Right now, the number one concern on the minds of Nova Scotians and all Canadians is affordability. And the government of Nova Scotia is certainly always very mindful of anything we may do. Will this create a further burden? Will this create a further cost of living on Nova Scotians? You know, I think a whole generation now knows what inflation is. We haven't seen it since the 1970s, early 1980s. These are very inflationary times. So to answer the member's question, the work is ongoing on that strategy, utilizing an affordability lens. We will have more to say in the months ahead on this strategy. This is a very important strategy that I've received briefings on, and it's a strategy that I believe in because it's absolutely critical. And it's very much in line with the regulations we've put in place for extended producer responsibility. And you know, I can remember the first phone call I took from an HRM counselor. It was maybe a few hours after we had been elected government, and the honourable member, you know, having served in government, knowing the multitude of things that are coming at you. And I remember getting a call, and it's like, what are you going to do with extended producer responsibility? And I'm just like, I wasn't even sworn in as a minister at this. I had no idea where I would possibly be sent to. But it's just, people are passionate about it. The regional chairs, as the honourable member knows, are very passionate about extended producer responsibility, which is a key plank in us achieving that 300 kilo strategy. And so the work is ongoing on that plan, and there'll be more to come on that plan in the months ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognize the honourable member, Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just one further element to the waste questions. I want to table some information from an audit at the Otter Lake facility, which is the host of all of HRM's residential waste. And as the minister knows, there was authorization of removing the sorting line and the facility that stabilized organics. And while I was opposed to that decision, and the minister knows that, there was a condition in the approval, which I referenced last year as well, that that looks to achieve less than 10% organics entering the landfill without treatment. Obviously, the minister knows how important it is to try to keep organics out of the landfill, that it does cause odor issues, and I appreciate the minister's attentiveness to that issue when it arose this past fall. But when looking at these audits since the shutdown of the sorting line in 2022 versus to today in 2023's numbers, there is virtually no progress. There's still, you're looking at an average of 11.62% organic still flowing in 2022 and 11.7 in 2023. So virtually unchanged. I'll give that to the minister to look at. And so I do believe HRM has an obligation, and there is a timeline, I understand, in the amended permit that gives HRM until March of 2026 to achieve less than 10%. I'm not optimistic, seeing no progress. I wonder if the minister can tell the community what happens if this is not achieved. The minister has, I understand, different options within the permit, and I wonder what happens if HRM continues to not achieve the objective laid out by the province to lower the amount of organics flowing through, which will help the target as well.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and certainly thank you for the advocacy you do as an MLA for your area. So my primary duty as a minister is to ensure the protection of the environment, and as the regulator, it's to make sure that the processes are being followed. And certainly the Inspection, Compliance and Enforcement Division of Environment and Climate Change diligently does that each and every day. So the member is absolutely correct that, you know, when issues arise, he as MLA for the area certainly can reach out to me at any time. I can reach out to my team to work through any concerns, certainly as we did in the fall, and certainly that goes for every MLA. You can reach out to me, you can reach out to our team with the Inspection and Compliance Division in our regional offices, whether it's in Bedford or Pictou County, in Yarmouth. You know, reach out to your local offices. These are the frontline folks that can absolutely get you the information you need. So as the honourable member knows, yes, HRM is the owner and operator of the facility, and it's responsible for the operations, and their compliance plan is meeting their current operating approval obligations. And as the member indicated, yes, they have until March 31st of 2026 to reduce that to 10%. The first annual report will be due to my department in April. And following an analysis of that report, as Minister, I'll receive a briefing from staff in terms of what's contained in that report. But I want to assure the honourable member that we are constantly monitoring. If at any time there are concerns that the member wishes to discuss, he can reach out to me, and absolutely reach out to our Bedford office, because I recognize this is very important to your community, and certainly, I mean, we have standards at this site that are how shall I say, above the other standards, but it's part of the terms and conditions that were put in for a transition of that facility. But the channels of communication are open, and I look forward to getting a briefing on that first report, which is due in April. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Timberley Prospect, with about 17 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, there is more stringent operating procedures at that site, and one of the reasons why, not to get too far into the history, but in the mid-90s, when no one wanted to accept a landfill after what happened in Sackville and the issues there, the community demanded certain conditions be put in place, and the entire time we were in government, and the Dexter government, and the PC party, while in opposition, always supported all of the community efforts to keep the front-end processor and the waste stabilization facility in place, and to ensure that we didn't have more issues at the site. And things like a public hearing was actually exempted from the process because of signing on to an agreement with the community. And so I just think the context of that is important, and the community does demand to have that in place so that we are protected. I want to jump to protected land. So a year ago, 13.2% was protected. I believe now it's about 13.5%. The minister can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still under 14%. I want to acknowledge the protection of the Ingram River area adjacent to my community. I think that was a very positive step. I appreciate the invite to the announcement in Upper Tantallon. But looking at the pace of land protection since the minister has been in government. We're looking at less than 1% in 3 years of the mandate. I want to ask the minister if he anticipates this pace picking up over the next year, or at least before the next election, if he believes that the government will be able to protect more than what has been achieved since they've taken power, despite the well-known names of some of the areas that are being protected in terms of quantity of the percentage of land protection. We are looking at less than 1%, and the minister needs to fulfill the obligation of 20% by 2030. That's another 6-point-something%. And we're talking about 55,000 hectares per percentage point. That is a massive endeavor. And I note that the plan that came out basically says that we can't do it alone, and we now need help from private landowners to help the minister achieve this 20%. So the question is, will the pace at some point start to pick up? And perhaps he could forecast where this government may be before the next election, and potentially if he could shed some light on who's going to pay for all this investment. We're talking about, I think, hundreds of millions if they're serious about protecting large percentages of private land.
The Honourable Minister, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the, I guess, greatest moments I've had serving as a minister was the opportunity to attend COP in Montreal on biodiversity, and watching the federal government work with global leaders throughout the world to secure a biodiversity framework. And I have a great interest in all topics related to climate change, but there's something very particular about land and water conservation that's very near and dear to my heart. I mean, nature, being out in nature is so good for your mental health and spiritual well-being. You know, like I said, you know, the first thing my wife and I did as soon as the legislature adjourned was to get out on a hike. Now, the kids didn't want to join us. I think they were more interested in hanging out in front of the TV, but it's continuing to encourage that. What's that? Teenagers, that's right. I got to get in the habit of saying that. And so it's coming at you soon. You just wait. And so look, I mean, I think there's a lot of agreements, a lot of consensus on land and water conservation in Nova Scotia. We all benefit from it. You know, certainly completing the Parks and Protected Areas Plan of 2013 is an ongoing priority of the Minister of Natural Resources and I, and certainly as the former minister would know, the ongoing collaboration between our department and natural resources and renewables to achieve these land and water conservation targets. So a great interest in this. Coming out of that biodiversity conference in May of 2023, the deputy minister and I had the opportunity to be at a biodiversity FPT in Ottawa with the federal minister, a very productive meeting. And out of that meeting, I could tell the federal minister, they saw the momentum Nova Scotia has on land and water conservation, because we're the only province with climate change targets legislated. We're committed to 20%, and at that time the work was ongoing in developing what would eventually become the collaborative protected areas strategy. So certainly jurisdictions like British Columbia, jurisdictions like Nova Scotia, around the CCME, the Canadian Council of the Ministers of Environment, the federal, provincial, territorial meetings, we're seen as a leader on land and water conservation, and that is something we can all be proud of. Previous governments and all Nova Scotians collectively we're making some very important gains. Since having the honor of serving as minister, we've created 22 new and 16 expanded protected areas since 2021. Currently, we're at about 13.5% land and water, along with 13.1% of our coastline being protected within our nature reserves, our wilderness areas, our provincial parks, and of course our national parks. So there's a lot's happened on this file. The premier of this province often says more faster, and that relates to just about everything in government. And so definitely when it comes to land and water protection, the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, once operationalized and flowing the $28.2 million, it's gonna help speed things up. In the collaborative protected areas strategy, we have put in place an interim goal, 15% by 2026, and by conserving, I think it's 82,500 more hectares, we're going to be able to get to that 15%. So we have the plan that focuses on very much, preserving more Crown land, preserving more private land. I've been clear with Nova Scotians, it's going to be an all-hands-on-deck approach to get to that 20%. But it's ambitious, but it's doable, and we've got the plan to achieve that. And we take it very seriously. Just last fiscal, you may recall, for the first time, I think, in a decade, we were able to top up the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy Trust with $20 million to help the Nova Scotia government and all our partners reach that 20% target. So absolutely, I think we've really moved the needle on this. Incredible collaboration between the Department of Natural Resources, and I want to thank colleagues over at that department and my colleague, Minister Rushton. I've got the better haircut in my estimation, but just great work taking place, and this is something I think Nova Scotians can take great pride in terms of the work that's ongoing with the Nature Agreement, the implementation of our collaborative protected areas strategy, and we were finally able, Mr. Chair, to resolve a lot of outstanding issues. One of the early, there are many files that landed on the minister's desk on day one, carbon tax and cap and trade being one of them, but also Archibald Lake and the outstanding issues related to Archibald Lake. And I was very pleased to work with the team to resolve those issues and get protection for that pristine piece of wilderness, which a lot of work went into that. And an example as well of a minister working with a local MLA to resolve some of the issues, some of the concerns. It's remarkable what can be accomplished when we work together and no one really cares who gets the credit, because we just want to get it done, get it taken care of, because land and water conservation means so much to Nova Scotians. So just in terms of what we've accomplished to date, in summary, you look at one of the first actions we took was designating Owl's Head as a provincial park. In August of 2022, we approved new provincial old growth forest policy. In October of 2022, we approved Monk's Head and Dunn's Beach as provincial parks. In November of 2022, we designated 6 new nature reserves and 1 new wilderness area and expanded 8 existing wilderness areas representing 9,300 hectares of protected land. And then, of course, in December of 2022, the $20 million to the Nova Scotia Crown Share legacy. One of the things I've really enjoyed being a part of this process is just, seeing the Walter Regans and the Mike Lancasters and the Chris Millers and all the key stakeholders, just the commitment they have, as the member would know, to land and water conservation. Like, while we in government have the opportunity to announce these things, it is the folks on the ground, it is community members that are leading the charge on land and water conservation. So a lot of great things happening. I have to tell you, looking back, I guess one of the most powerful moments I had was in January of last year, when we had the opportunity to sign a shared understanding agreement between the province and the Unama'ki Institute of Natural Resources, outlining the terms and relationships for the governance of the Kluskap Wilderness Area. And for many, you're aware of the Kluskap creation story and how sacred that is to the Mi'kmaq people. And the Deputy Minister and I had the opportunity, 2 years ago now, to hike. I think it was with Clifford Paul, and and just how spiritual and how powerful that was to the Mi'kmaq. This conserved area is often referred to as the center of the world and the center of the universe. And you can see why, that strong connection that we have with the land. And Nova Scotians feel that strong connection. So that was one of the greatest honors of my life, was to share that co-governance, that shared understanding agreement with the Mi'kmaq. And they are going to be our key partners, Mr. Chair. Moving forward, if you look at the Collaborative Protective Areas Strategy, have a read. And it's a great read because it outlines with clarity the pathway to get to that 15%. That was why signing that Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, and I think it was Andy Fillmore and I had the privilege of announcing that back in October of last year at Blue Mountain Birch Cove. Seeing that finally getting operationalized is going to be a game changer for us to get to that 15% and the overall strategy to get to 20% by 2030. A bold, ambitious target, a doable target, and I can confirm that the work is absolutely ongoing between these two departments for natural resources and renewables and environment and climate change and all our stakeholders.
Recognize the honourable member, Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What investments are being made this year to ensure the Blue Mountain Birch Cove National Park does the first urban national park in Atlantic Canada comes to fruition from either environment or anywhere in government? Where are the investments in this budget to make sure that happens? And if the minister can speak to anything on access points, that'd be great.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly Blue Mountain Birch Cove. This is what an incredible place to visit. Certainly, I've been out there many times with the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change, with members of Parliament, with other MLAs. What an incredible place. And Blue Mountain Birch Cove, in many respects, is an epicenter of municipal, provincial, and federal cooperation. And the energy that's out there is fantastic. Just when people get together to talk about this, I mean, so much work has gone into this. You know, and I lost my glasses out there, by the way. If anyone ever out there on a hike, if you find a pair of glasses, I'd like them back. But it's an incredible spot.
Order. That concludes our first round of questioning with the Liberals. We'll pass it on to our NDP colleagues. I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I will be returning to the question around, well, several questions really, around the Coastal Protection Act. And I want to start with questions around consultations, that third round, but also consultations in general in the department. So, you know, I think, you know, it's probably no surprise, disagree radically with the minister's assumption that 39,000 people were silent because they didn't want the Coastal Protection Act. I spent a lot of time leading national and community-based engagement processes for different organizations before being elected. You know, there's lots that I would have advised against in the process that was led. So the fact that the timing was in December when things are really busy and things get lost. So like, most of the times people never do public consultation or engagement sessions in December or the summer. It's just not a great time to find people. It was also really passive outreach, like mailing out postcards to landowners. I certainly have seen, I've received letters of coastal property owners who did not receive copies, and I've seen copies of letters from coastal property owners in all Nova Scotia and in the Saltwire who didn't receive copies. And I actually honestly just imagine it was very confusing to be hearing time and time again the assertion that this government supported the Coastal Protection Act, you know, originally supported the Coastal Protection Act, and that this in any way was to suggest that this would lead to a complete turnaround. So I really cannot agree with the process or the interpretation of that process, and I don't think anybody who does community engagement or stakeholder relations would agree with that assumption that you didn't hear from people, so they didn't want it. So there's other public consultations underway: waste reduction, the Environmental Assessment Act, and I guess I'm wondering, Minister, why would anybody bother responding to another consultation from your department if it's not going to be listened to?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Certainly, you know, a lot goes into the decision-making process. For any Minister of Environment, any decision you make, it's very polycentric, right? There's a lot of different variables you take into consideration, and certainly I wanted to solicit the feedback of coastal property owners. So, in point of fact, we started this. This went out on September 29th. It wasn't December. So, in point of fact, it was early fall when that targeted consultation went out, and we made a very strong effort to engage with coastal property owners. 40,000 direct mailers to coastal properties. And we also did a media campaign at that time, advising of this consultation, and so that's one element of the feedback. As I indicated, for any minister, I mean, you've always got a lot of moving parts that you're taking into account, and what I mean by that is there's lots of different perspectives out there, and certainly, we are moving forward with coastal protection. We're the first government to move forward with coastal protection. For 5 years, that act, 2 premiers didn't do anything with it. We knew we had to bring forward an action plan that presents a suite of options, a suite of actions to protect our coastline, and most certainly. This is a file that I've worked on for a number of years, and there's definitely a diversity of opinion on how coastal protection should be implemented. And we've arrived at a plan that is very balanced in its approach. And what it does is it supports informed decision making, and deploys immediately for that informed decision-making, Mr. Chair, resources right away. We know the areas that are going to be hazardous in 100 years' time. That information is accessible now to Nova Scotians, and that information will be scaled up by our coastal protection team as time goes on, and along with that, putting the personnel in place, Mr. Chair, to make sure Nova Scotians get the information they need. If they need help in assessing the risks, absolutely, there'll be navigators, Mr. Chair, to help them with that. Municipal leadership is absolutely key when it comes to coastal protection. That is the level of government where the area of expertise lies when it comes to zoning. I know even as an MLA in the area that I represent, when I get questions on that, I constantly, all the time, reach out to city staff, HRM staff, or the local councillor to get information on zoning, and often referring residents, my MLA office, to municipalities, the municipality, HRM, when there are questions on zoning. So that is one thing I have observed, is just how strong our municipal units are when it comes to climate action, whether it's the municipality of Guysborough that's doing some incredible initiatives and work, whether it's HRM, whether it's Bridgewater, whether it's Inverness, whether it's CBRM. I'm very proud of our municipal units, and I respect our municipal units, and that's why on February 26th, when we announced our Coastal Action Plan, Minister Lohr and I did not impose the example bylaw. If you look at the plan, we will work with our municipal leaders, collaborate, partner with them to develop the tools they need to make sure their residents in their area doesn't build in an unsafe area. And we believe a one-size-fits-all approach isn't the way to go. But what is the way to go is to empower our municipal units who have the knowledge and expertise and the know-how. And as I've indicated, Mr. Chair, where necessary, if necessary, they require support. That the province will be there to support them in the actioning of this coastal action plan. And I can assure members that work is ongoing. That work has commenced. One of the first meetings that I took was a meeting with, I think it was 40 or 50 councillors, wardens, and mayors. And certainly, this was only 2 days after the announcement of the plan. There was disappointment, but I got the sense there was a desire to move forward together, especially in the context of the province, providing the necessary supports where required. And there's going to be different degrees, right? I mean, certainly you look at the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, Mayor Caroline Bolivar-Getson and the work that they're doing there, incredible stuff. But other municipalities will probably require more, and Minister Laura and I have committed to being there to support them. And also, Mr. Chair, we're working with our municipalities now, making sure they have the information for floodline mapping. We're partnering with the federal government to have the entire province mapped out by 2027. And then our commitment in the plan also for coastal erosion assessments that we'll be doing with the municipalities. So for the first time, we have coastal action, we have coastal protection. How we are going about it, that's what the difference is here. And certainly, we recognize there's a diversity of opinion on this, there's a diversity of the coastline on this, and our municipalities are key partners in how we implement this, and I look forward to working with our municipal units. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So with regards to the public consultation for the waste reduction plan, can you describe the consultation process? How many responses did you receive? What was the cost of the consultation process? Will you release the results of the consultation process? And when can Nova Scotians expect to see the plan?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. Certainly, as I indicated to the the Liberal caucus, a question on waste reduction, on the circular economy. I mean, this is something very, very important to Nova Scotians. Certainly, I mean, you think of the incredible work Divert Nova Scotia has done over the past number of years for waste diversion. So with respect to that consultation with the 300K, that was an in-house consultation, and staff are telling me we had 60 to 80 responses from that consultation. And certainly consultations are one tool utilized by a minister, by staff to develop policy. The work is ongoing with the waste reduction strategy. We're fine-tuning. We are continuing our analysis of that strategy. Obviously, just in the last year or so, we've made big gains on waste reduction, especially with the implementation of extended producer responsibility for paper and packaging and so forth. And I think that makes Nova Scotia now the 8th out of 10 provinces to bring about extended producer responsibility. So the work is ongoing, and I can assure the member we'll have more to say on the strategy as we complete our work moving forward. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So just to remind the minister of a couple of the questions, which was one, will the consultation results be released publicly? And when will the plan be released?
Recognize the honourable minister, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So the work's still ongoing with that, and certainly once we complete our work on the 300K strategy, we'll have more to say with respect to that strategy. Certainly, any consultation, any responses we receive, we take that into consideration, and we certainly I always appreciate the diversity of opinions on all the subjects that we engage in, and believe me, there's a lot of moving parts at this department, from whether it's output-based pricing, whether it's land protection, whether it's carbon pricing, whether it's the circular economy. Lots of work is being done. So certainly we'll have more to say on this particular item once the plan is ready.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. So going back to the Coastal Protection Act process and the most recent round of consultation and the changing of government direction on proclaiming the act, I'm wondering if the minister refers to diverse perspectives. So I'm wondering if the minister could elaborate very specifically on any meetings that he had between September and February with organizations, municipalities, community-based organizations, developers on the Coastal Protection Act.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly on a multitude of issues, I'd say there's a diversity of perspectives that I've listened to, and I'm always doing that. I mean, that's such an important aspect of leadership is that ability to listen to different perspectives, and certainly there's a lot of different perspectives on this, very passionate perspectives on coastal protection, and I value that because I mean it's ingrained in our identity as Nova Scotians. The coastline, and you know, we've lived by the coastline for generations, Nova Scotians, and so it's something we're very passionate about, and I've certainly heard that passion not only with the launch of the Coastal Action Plan, but also prior to that. So one of the key advisory mechanisms I have is the Ministers' Roundtable on Sustainable Development and Prosperity, and a very diverse group, very different perspectives. And this was a roundtable that I believe previous ministers, I mean, they didn't meet very often. I've established as minister that the roundtable meet every 2 months. And it's an opportunity for me to hear from different sectors of Nova Scotia society, their take on sustainable development, their take on climate change policy. So that's always an excellent outlet for me to listen to the different perspectives. And then certainly the new mechanism that's been created by our government is the Youth Council, the Youth Climate Council, created through our climate plan. Certainly, it seems like a lifetime ago, a different life ago, but one time I was a high school teacher, and I can remember vividly just the what we would classify as climate anxiety that many young Nova Scotians have. And I wanted, as a minister, to make sure that youth have a formal voice in the development of public policy, having access to the minister, having access to senior staff who advise the minister, and we work together to develop public policy for Nova Scotia. And also, I am part of a government that has MLAs from all the regions, all the different regions, from Cape Breton to Southwest Nova Scotia to Central Nova Scotia, and I've certainly listened attentively to my colleagues. Often any minister, a decision that they'll make is, you listen to opposition. Certainly, opposition's been loud and clear on their perspective on this. While I disagree, I respect their position because legislation is just one tool that can be utilized for coastal protection. I think we've brought forward a very balanced plan that will provide Nova Scotians the necessary information they need for coastal protection. So I've certainly appreciated the perspective of government MLA colleagues as we work together as a team. I mean, government is a team, and they are certainly connected to their residents, and they've certainly told me that there's a diversity of perspectives out there, but there are some that wanted the act proclaimed. There are some that didn't, and look, no matter what decision I made, I think there would have been a lot of passion, but I think we have a really good balanced approach here on our plan. And then organizations like I just recently met with, the associations of retired persons, the Canadian Associations of Retired Persons, very much, I appreciate their perspective. I've certainly met with the Ecology Action Centre. I know their perspective on that loud and clear, but I also know the perspective of the MLAs that I work with and the communities that they serve. And at the end of the day, this is about supporting municipal leadership. At the end of the day, it's collaborating and partnering with our municipal units to help bring about coastal protection, to help enforce coastal protection so that our residents can live safely by the coastline and do not build in hazardous areas. The zoning and enforcement of that is going to be the responsibility of municipalities in partnership with the province of Nova Scotia. And then, of course, Mr. Chair, supporting informed decision making. And, this weekend I had the opportunity, during March break, I had the opportunity to visit, my second home in Nova Scotia, Clare, a coastal community. And, just chatting with a lot of folks there, how the high tide mark in La Baie Sainte-Marie, in St. Mary's Bay, how it's changed by leaps and bounds in the last number of years. So how coastal protection absolutely is critical. And I think listening, to those Nova Scotians that live by the coastline, making sure that they have the information they require to make an informed choice. And if they need assistance, we have navigators in place to help them get the necessary information that's required. So there's always ongoing discussions. There's always multiple voices that, as a minister, I listen to, and there is definitely a diversity of opinion that exists on this. But we're moving forward. We're moving forward with a very strong plan. The first plan in Nova Scotia's history devoted to coastal protection, and I'm very keen to get to work on this, and my staff certainly is now working with municipalities to bring about the Coastal Protection Action Plan. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to unpack in that answer, so I'm just going to ask some factual questions. So the minister referred to the Ministers' Roundtable on Sustainability, as well as the Nova Scotia Youth Climate Council. I also met with the Nova Scotia Youth Climate Council, and I would not say that I heard any voices in that meeting saying that they didn't want the Coastal Protection Act. In fact, what I heard was great concern that it wasn't being proclaimed. So I'm just curious, did the minister meet with the Ministers' Roundtable on Sustainability and with the Nova Scotia Youth Climate Council, specifically between September of 2023 and February of 2024, to specifically discuss the Coastal Protection Act? And is the minister implying that one of these two bodies said they didn't want it?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, look, in the final analysis, and I've been saying this consistently, there's absolutely a diversity of opinion on coastal protection. I'm interested as minister in moving coastal action forward. There's always many voices that we're listening to. Certainly, there's a lot of passionate voices, and I've listened, and that's why I know a balanced approach with this action plan is absolutely key. And in no way have we abandoned coastal protection. We've enhanced coastal protection, Mr. Chair. We've brought about coastal protection with a plan that has 15 strong actions to guide us over the next number of years. A plan, Mr. Chair, that is funded right from the get-go to support municipal leadership on this, along with making sure Nova Scotians get the information they need about their coastlines. And I'm very proud. I'm very proud of this plan. I think this plan, as it gets fully operationalized, is going to set Nova Scotians up for success. We have to make sure folks are not building in unsafe areas. But we also have to recognize the solution that may be required for coastal protection could be different in southwest Nova Scotia versus, say, parts of Cape Breton. And so how do you best facilitate that diversity? How do you best facilitate that coastline, that 13,000 kilometers of diverse coastline? You work with your municipalities to implement this in partnership, in collaboration. So the work is unfolding. Certainly our work will continue with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. Our work will also continue with the federal government in terms of the disaster relief that they'll be highlighting hopefully in the next few weeks in terms of a new path forward. And certainly, look, this is what it's about. It's how we're implementing coastal protection. And at the end of the day, we have arrived at a plan that is a very balanced plan, I think a very strong, comprehensive plan that respects the municipalities, that works with the municipalities, that respects coastal property owners. They know their properties, they know the diversity that exists on their properties, and we need to make sure that we get them the information to make the most informed decision moving forward for coastal protection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I mean, I'm really just searching, and the minister didn't respond to the last couple of questions, so I don't know if we'll get any more direct answers. But, I understand this idea of a balanced approach for diverse perspectives, but I personally have not seen any of those perspectives other than to proclaim the act. So whether it's been through letters that have been sent to the minister and copied to myself, or to all of us, really, I haven't seen any municipality come out against the Coastal Protection Act. In fact, what I heard from municipalities is that they wanted it. Even Model, the municipality of the district of Lunenburg, which was, absolutely doing their own work and has spent an enormous amount of time and resources predicated on passing the Coastal Protection Act, which they have now had to sort of revisit and reevaluate what they've invested so far. So I am literally searching for the minister to identify one person, one organization, one municipality who said that they needed to throw out the Coastal Protection Act and what they wanted was a plan.
I recognize the Honourable Environment Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. And at the beginning of my opening remarks, I tabled an article that outlined that the municipality of Guysborough was pleased with the Coastal Protection Action Plan and that they look forward to working with the province to bring about coastal protection. We're moving forward. Mr. Chair, with this Coastal Protection Action Plan. It's a balanced plan. It is a plan that I think has great merit and certainly a plan that will enhance and work with municipal leadership on this. Legislation is one tool. As I mentioned in previous remarks, there are many policy tools available for Nova Scotians. And certainly this has not been developed in isolation. It's been developed in consultation with MLA colleagues who have the privilege of representing coastal communities in Nova Scotia. And absolutely, it's recognizing as well, our municipal units are responsible for the zoning, responsible for enforcement of zoning. As this new layer of expectations emanates from the province, we'll be working with our municipalities to ensure that they're set up for success. And again, you know, a one-size-fits-all approach in a province with such diverse coastline was decided as not the way to go. But what is the way to go is to come forward with an action plan that supports informed decision making, that immediately gets information to residents, that immediately puts personnel, staff in place to help residents interpret the hazardous areas. And let's keep in mind, I mean, this is one component, a very important component of our overall climate change strategy implemented by this government. We have a multitude of tools at our disposal now, Mr. Chair, to not only address coastal protection, but also to address overall climate change. We have the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. We now have our first climate plan since 2009. We've issued the first climate risk assessment, which outlines the challenges Nova Scotians are fully aware of with respect to the extreme weather events that we're encountering as a result of climate change. And this action plan very much is in line with the overall vision of government, empowering local communities to take climate action. And that's why the establishment of the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which supports not-for-profits, universities, municipalities in accessing funds, I think it's up to $75,000 to $1 million for local climate adaptation and mitigation programming. So this action plan, the Coastal Protection Action Plan, is not in isolation. It's part of our overall framework for climate action, along with, Mr. Chair, us as a province transforming how we produce and use energy in Nova Scotia. Just in the last year, as the regulator, I've approved 10 onshore wind projects that will absolutely be a game changer in us getting to that 80% renewable target. Once those are fully operational by 2026, 2027, it will deliver baseload power, clean, affordable, renewable power to 500,000 Nova Scotian homes. So I mention these things because our Coastal Protection Action Strategy, Mr. Chair, is part of an overall strategic approach to adapting and mitigating the impacts of climate change. And certainly this is a plan, again, we're going to be deploying some things very, very quickly. The Department of Public Works, part of the plan is to put up signs, in areas that are hazardous areas that we know you shouldn't be building there. And so we've taken a very, I think, balanced approach. We've taken an approach that respects the diversity of the regions, that respects the diversity of the municipalities, that respects the diversity of the coastline, and recognizing, like on many issues confronted by Nova Scotians, there's a diversity of opinion that exists.
Recognize the honourable member.
Thanks. Just with respect, I was in the chair when the minister tabled the article from March 13th regarding the municipality district of Guysborough's reaction to scrap the proposed Coastal Protection Act. And I wouldn't say that anywhere in this article that the representative in any way, shape, or form endorses what was presented by government. I can be pedantic about this and read this through, but it doesn't say that. It does say that they're not concerned because they have their own Climate Protection Act, which is exactly in line, or the Coastal Protection Plan. But it certainly does not in anywhere say that they support your plan. So I just so I think, one of the challenges with this is that it raises issues around trust and accountability and transparency. And I absolutely recognize that this is one piece of other things that are happening, but it's a pretty important piece, as you know. I guess we don't know if any municipalities said they didn't want the Coastal Protection Act. But between September and February of 2024, and this could be like an easy yes or no question to save some time, but did the minister meet with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and announce the intention to scrap the act, or with any individual municipality and let that be shared?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. Certainly, there's always ongoing engagement with all key stakeholders. I believe I attended the AGM for the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities last fall, and certainly I want to highlight our incredible relationship with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. I mean, they are tasked with delivering one of our key programs, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. So certainly, look, I'm focused on moving forward. I'm focused on advancing this Coastal Protection Action Plan. Not only this as a plan, but our overall 68 goals that are outlined in the climate plan. And look, Nova Scotia is a strong leader on climate action, and coastal protection, the action plan, is absolutely key as we move forward. And this is the thing, like, we, as a government, we trust Nova Scotians. We trust their knowledge of their coastal properties. Our duty as government is to make sure they have the most up-to-date scientific information about the hazards and risks along the coastline. But we trust Nova Scotians, and trust is absolutely key. We trust our municipalities. We trust our municipalities, Mr. Chair, to deliver key programming to the the million residents of Nova Scotia, and that's why that partnership will continue. That's why on day one, when we announced this plan, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and I didn't impose an example provincial bylaw in the plan. We wish to collaborate and work with our municipal units because this is such an important piece of our overall climate action in Nova Scotia. And at the end, we can conclude. I mean, there's a diversity of opinion on how coastal protection should be enacted. The way we are enacting coastal protection in Nova Scotia is taking a very balanced, measured approach that very much respects coastal property owners and gets them the information they need to make the appropriate information. As the Premier's indicated, there is an element of personal responsibility, and that's absolutely key. As the single greatest investment a person can make, certainly outside of, I think, having children, is your property, and certainly we trust Nova Scotians to make an informed choice of their property. As I've indicated, the role of government, in our estimation, is to make sure that we get the scientific appropriate information, which we've accomplished that. It's out there now. It wasn't out there 3 weeks ago. Previous governments never put that out there. Previous premiers never put that out there. We did. We've taken strong coastal action, and certainly, along with that, when I say working with our municipalities, it's absolutely leveraging the expertise that they have. as I mentioned, I mean, just as a provincial MLA, many times, at times, residents will confuse the role of the province and the role of municipalities. And I mean, I've even had questions about national defense when, as a provincial MLA, which as we know is federal. So I get questions about zoning. It's not the scope of the provincial government. It's the scope of municipalities, and certainly I take great pride in developing a strong working relationship with our municipal units, not only here in HRM, with Mayor Savage and councillors such as Tony Mancini. I mean, the work I do, I couldn't be able to do and support my residents without that ongoing collaboration with our municipal colleagues. So I see them as a key partner in the governance of this province. And certainly that's why in this action plan, we not only empower municipalities, but we have the strong commitment to work with them to make sure residents, as they build or choose to build, they do it in a safe area. And if I can say, Mr. Chair, I mean, you know, when you talk about climate action, you know, you think of a community like Bridgewater and energized Bridgewater. You think of Halifax here in HRM and the incredible work that's being done there. And all over Nova Scotia. I mean, the incredible work being done in New Glasgow by the mayor and council there. They often have been leading the charge on climate change until I think we had the privilege of forming government, because we brought about the first climate change sustainable development legislation since the mid-2000s. Previous Environment Minister Mark Parent created the Sustainable Development Goals Act, and that served us well, and certainly, you know, we revived that through the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. It's actually when you think about it, I mean, we didn't have a climate plan. The previous government didn't bring about a climate plan. The government of Darrell Dexter didn't bring about a climate plan. We did, because it was absolute necessity. And what a game changer within the calibration of government, a climate plan, having legislated targets that impact all across 13 departments. I can tell you authentically that the climate lens is being utilized when we make major public policy decisions. This climate action plan frames really well with that overall strategic vision we have of Nova Scotia being leaders on climate adaptation and mitigation. And that leadership is out of necessity, out of complete necessity. We have to do it for the here and now, and we have to do it for future generations. And then, of course, making sure that this coastal action plan, we move forward together. It's such a key component, and our municipalities are a key partner as we work together to make this action plan come alive, to make sure our municipalities have strong zoning rules, to make sure that our residents of this beautiful province are not building in unsafe areas.
With about 13 minutes left, I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I am hoping that maybe we can do some quick yes or no's so that we make the most of the time together. So I'll ask the Minister, have the navigators to implement the Coastal Protection Plan been hired?
Recognize the Honourable Environment Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So the Coastal Protection Action Plan was ready to go on day one when we announced, and when the online information that outlines the hazardous areas along our coastline. We know from staff has just indicated to me that there's been quite a bit of traffic on that, quite a bit of hits, and that's good. That's what we want. We want Nova Scotians engaged. Along with that, there's some very technical data that exists on that, and so we knew how imperative it was to put the personnel, the staff in place to ensure that there was correct interpretation, correct analysis of this. So we have 4 navigators in place. Many of our climate change adaptation and mitigation programming is facilitated through not-for-profits like the Clean Foundation. And certainly when I served in opposition, had the chance to get to know the Clean Foundation and the great work that they do. Certainly as a minister, I can tell you they are a key partner in the delivery of many of our climate adaptation and mitigation programming. I think, for example, the incredible work that the Clean Leaders do every summer, and I think I'll have the chance in April or May to visit with them as they begin that journey of going out into the different regions of Nova Scotia, delivering incredible on-the-ground work for climate action. So Clean is a trusted partner of the government of Nova Scotia, and certainly that trusted partnership has emanated in different iterations of government. So oftentimes when government is looking for a strong not-for-profit that has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, we often turn to the Clean Foundation, and that's what we've done here. They had the expertise, the in-house expertise, to help support these online tools. And so certainly, I think moving forward, I encourage residents of this province, if they are gathering information using these online tools, if they need assistance in interpreting the information, they can reach out to our navigators. But there's also other resources out there. Certainly, Climate Atlantic has mapping tools that can be utilized as well. The Insurance Bureau of Canada. See, this is the thing. It's not all about government. It's not all about government. It's about empowering all the different stakeholders. And that's what you see with this action plan, Mr. Chair, empowering local decision-making, getting information as quickly as possible to Nova Scotians, along with, of course, the mapping tools and the navigators that are in place. We also put out a resource guide for property owners, and there's lots of information on that new website. And I'm pleased to hear that we're seeing that uptake, that interaction of residents. And not only that, when the plan was released, I asked staff to send to all 55 MLAs of Nova Scotia a copy of the plan, a copy of the resource guide. Obviously, our role as MLAs on the ground is to connect our residents with the appropriate level of government departments so that they get the correct information. So at any time, if you have questions on coastal protection, certainly as MLAs, I know we all know a lot, but we're not always subject matter experts. Please reach out to the navigators. Please reach out to our department, reach out to Climate Atlantic, utilize the resource guide. This is a strong, balanced plan that I believe will stand the test of time in our overall framework of climate action. And remember, this is not in isolation, this action plan. It's in the overall strategy of government through the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, through our climate plan, through our risk assessment, through the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, through the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, through the Clean Energy Plan, right? We need to scale up and transform how we produce and use energy in this province. And certainly we are in that period of transition, that process of transition of changing how we produce and use energy. So all these things are interconnected. Prior to all these initiatives, you did not have pre-2021 climate change targets that were legislated. You didn't have a climate plan. Where was the previous government's climate plan? Where was the NDP's government climate plan when they had the privilege of serving government? So a lot's changed, and a lot of that change has absolutely come out of necessity, but also out of a bold vision for the province. And that vision very much, as I outlined in my opening remarks, to live in clean, renewable communities that Nova Scotians wish to take enormous pride in. And let's not forget, we are in a period of unprecedented change for Nova Scotia. I think you have to go to pre-Confederation census data to see as much population growth as we've seen in the last 10 years. So again, a lot's changed in 5 years. And you have a plan, Mr. Chair, I think that really reflects the realities of where we are now, not in 2019, but where we are now in 2024, and moving the province forward with Coastal Protection Action Plan, moving the province forward, utilizing our much bigger strategy through the climate plan and the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually think it was 1961 was the last time that we had the type of population growth that we've experienced recently. So it's not so long ago as pre-Confederation. And the minister talked about this plan based on science. So there was a huge discrepancy between the safe storm surge amount calculated by the municipality of the District of Lunenburg when they undertook all the work that they undertook at their expense because they were very supportive of the Coastal Protection Act, had asked for it to be implemented. It hadn't been implemented. They were doing their own work. The minister never sought to engage them or advise them, as far as I can tell from today's conversation, that there was not going to be the same approach. So we've arrived at a case where, a key municipality has much different mapping information than the province. So I'm wondering what happened here. So I guess the department didn't consult with the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. So what has the minister done since then? If it's about the science, then here's an example of where the science doesn't line up. And what are we going to do about it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly, look, I mean, the action plan is coming alive. It's being implemented, and I have the utmost respect for the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, and I commend them and many other municipal units for the incredible climate action, climate initiatives, coastal action that they're taking. And certainly, we have a situation here where staff at my department is discussing with staff at that municipal unit to work through these things. So certainly in terms of, this plan, this illustrates that the plan is being implemented and conversations are taking place, and we will continue to work together. So in terms of the online mapping tools that have been put out to Nova Scotians, the primary sources of information utilized for climate projections for sea level rise are from the Geological Society of Canada. And the projections based on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report. And certainly the Coastal Protection Team used storm surge data from Dalhousie, and also ocean levels from the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So IPCC data is globally recognized for its accuracy. I think in terms of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, I'm glad we're having the conversations moving forward because we want
Order. That will conclude our round of questioning for the NDP. We'll move back. We'll take a quick 5-minute recess. We're now in recess.
Not my call, but that's what.
Bedford South.
You got it.
Testing my memory.
Yeah, I remember. Was that something with Jeff Regan? He was the speaker federally, of course, and it was cool. He had like a House of Commons had made a little app for him.
Oh yeah.
Like flashcards, because there's 330 members, right? And particularly like particularly like if you're not a native French speaker, like a lot of the ridings in Quebec have very long French names too. So it would just show the picture, and then he would have to identify the person in the ride. Yeah, can't imagine. Yeah, there's 335.
338.
338. That's right. Yeah, 338. People don't always love that. Yeah, I know. But as long as you're upfront with them from the beginning, then whatever.
You giving them questions for you? We're just getting it out of the way now.
Under promising over
I'm sure they have their own questions.
What's that?
I'm sure you have your own questions. He doesn't have to give you a question.
Oh, he's planting. He's trying to influence me, Mr. Chair. Motion to censure the minister here. Intimidating witnesses. Yeah, probably a minute or two apart. They had one. They had one break. They had a 5-minute break as well. Okay. So probably on the same schedule. Mics work here? The mics will work here? Or go ahead.
Where did you just get my education? Just overnight.
No other jurisdiction in Canada. Are you serious? Yeah, exactly. Ready when you were. Mr. Justice was the DJ. So. We good?
Order. The subcommittee on supply will resume. It's now time for the Liberal round of questioning, and we'll start with the honourable member from Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being here, and to the staff as well. Really appreciate your time. I have a couple brief questions, cameo appearance, and then I'll turn things over to my colleague from Annapolis. But I just wanted to ask Minister about Sandy Lake, which is in my riding, and which is a unique, interesting area, Sackville River watershed. There's a lot of interest in protecting that area as much as possible. As I'm sure you know, part of that area is within a special planning area for housing development, 6,000 units. It's the biggest special planning area. And I'm just curious, there's been several studies done, of course, over the years. There's a recent study that's been done by McCallum, I believe. I'm just wondering, has the department had any involvement in that study specifically, or more generally in the potential protection and environmental value of Sandy Lake? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, when it comes to sustainable prosperity, when it comes to sustainable development, it elicits a lot of passions. In my previous professional life, I thought education made people very passionate, but certainly when it comes to anything environmental, land conservation, our residents of Nova Scotia, very passionate, as the member knows. And so in Nova Scotia, as the member's aware, as colleagues are aware, we are a proponent, an advocate of sustainable development, and development in such a way that things are left better for future generations. We have this concept framed up in legislation. It guides us in all that we do in the context of climate change, and now, of course, in the context of unprecedented population growth. And Nova Scotia has won the lottery because people, as you know, drive the economy. People advance and move society forward. And we are so lucky to have so many new Canadians in this province making their contribution. We know that, we all know as MLAs, the challenges around housing. And as a government, we are moving as quickly as possible, working with multiple entities, whether it's market housing, the not-for-profit sector, to get more housing. And certainly, when it comes to special planning areas, I've got one of my areas as well, the Port Wallace area. So the pressures, I'll be blunt, I know that the member for Bedford is dealing with, I'm dealing with as well. I mean, I can remember when Port Wallace was getting site ready and how upset folks were that the trees were coming down. To make way for a site area, to make way for the thousands of homes that will be built not only in the special planning area for the MLA for Bedford, but also in my area. But in a lot of times it's reminding folks that we are a province that can build housing, grow the population, but also at the same time do this in a sustainable way, a responsible way. Housing is not a threat to the environment. Housing is an absolute necessity in a time of unprecedented population growth. So the issues the member has outlined with respect to Sandy Lake, we're aware of. And I encourage the member to reach out to my department at any time. I'm happy to connect you with our Director of Protected Areas to engage in conversations, because I know there's probably a lot of members in your community that want to engage in that conversation. As we move forward, we know there is going to be a lot of MLAs that will come forward utilizing our collaborative protected area strategy to discuss what areas should be designated. And as we all know, I mean, this does not happen overnight. These designations, a lot of work goes into to those designations. And certainly, as we move forward together, I encourage the honourable member, reach out to my department. I'm happy to connect you with some of the key staff in my department that can help the member. And it just highlights just how passionate folks are and just how committed they are to land and water protection. It's such a key part of our identity. So moving forward, reach out anytime. We're aware of the issues that the members raised, and we have a very strong collaborative areas strategy, a protected areas strategy, to help facilitate a lot of these discussions, to help us get to 15% by 2026 and 20% by 2030.
I recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister. I agree with the minister in the sense that it is always a difficult question and people always feel strongly about it. And I think one of the most important ways to ease some of that pressure, that tension, is to have all the facts on the table and make sure that people understand and feel that issues have been studied properly. And this is a difficult one, in my mind, in Sandy Lake in particular, because it is an area that a lot of people feel strongly about from an environmental standpoint. On the other hand, of course, just as a human being, but also as the housing critic for the party, I believe strongly that we need to build more housing in Nova Scotia, particularly for people of all ages, but everyone thinks about their own age group first, I guess, and people my age and younger in a very difficult situation when it comes to housing. And so that's kind of the balance we need to strike. So I'm just so I understand, as it relates to Sandy Lake in particular, prior to it being designated a special planning area, or at any time since, I guess, has the Department of Environment ever given an opinion on the suitability of Sandy Lake for development to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and his department? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the question and the advocacy on this important topic. And so certainly, look, I mean, I hear a multitude of perspectives, as I've said throughout the afternoon, on many issues, and certainly on this one, and I'm aware of the various perspectives. Certainly, as the regulator, as the neutral steward of any environmental process, I certainly make myself aware of the different perspectives that are out there in terms of any decision I would make. And certainly, look, I mean, we have, I think, a real appetite in this province to discuss, protected areas. Not only whether Sandy Lake is a candidate, but other areas of the province that MLAs have talked to me about that their residents have approached. So I want the honourable member to know that my team is accessible. The protected areas strategy is going to guide us as we designate new areas. And as minister, I'm fully aware of just just how passionate people are on this topic. And I think we've created a great platform, a great mechanism to facilitate more protected areas faster. The Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, I just want to take the opportunity and thank Environment and Climate Change Canada for the incredible work that they've done with us on this. This is going to be very, very helpful in operationalizing us getting to that 15%. And as a department, responsible for our wilderness areas and nature reserves, we'll take all submissions into consideration. And the decisions we make as government always attempt to be, a balanced approach that maximizes the public good, that really maximizes good public policy, not only for the here and now, but for many, many years out. And if I can tell this story, I mean, we're going to be, in Canada, we're going to be honoring Prime Minister Brian Mulroney on March 23rd. And one of the early conversations I requested was to speak with the former Prime Minister, who was a very, very strong leader on environmental issues. And he encouraged me at that time to take bold steps, but also, like when I say practical and realistic, you got to focus on that as well. And I think, when it comes to land and water protection, Nova Scotians, they absolutely love this. And, and one of the greatest ways I think you can be involved in climate action, in sustainable development, is being involved in a local community group that's advocating for land protection. And I've had the privilege of meeting many of these groups and meeting many key leaders on this over the years and learning a lot from them. I think of someone like Chris Miller. I think of someone like Walter Regan, who we all know is very, very passionate and will not be shy to tell you what he thinks. And certainly all those voices I appreciate as a minister. And certainly those voices are absolutely key in the development of good public policy. So certainly, as requests come in, I encourage all MLAs, reach out to the Department of Environment if it relates to a potential wilderness area, nature reserve. We have a strong protected areas strategy to guide us to get to that 15% by 2026, and then in the out years to 2030, 20% by 2030.
I recognize the honourable member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister for that. And I would just reiterate to the minister, to the department, to all departments really, I think whenever issues boil over or become controversies, oftentimes it's because people don't have access to information that would actually explain a lot of their issues if they had access to it. So I would just make a plea for, you know, when decisions are being made around all of these things, to be as open and transparent as possible, because, you know, the absence of information leads to problems, big problems across the board. So that's a plea there more than anything. But I want to thank the minister for making the staff available. I know the minister and I have also been out at Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, which is also at least partially in my riding, and hopefully we'll see that as a national urban park soon, because I think that would be a wonderful thing for HRM. So with that, I will pass my time over to my good colleague from Annapolis. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member Annapolis.
Nice to be known as a good colleague. Thank you. And welcome to the minister and welcome to staff. Thanks for being here. And I've been back a few years in a row now. Don't have as many questions as I did last year, but pardon me. I wanted to start with the crossover between the Minister of DNRR, who happens to be here, and the minister that we're discussing things with. High production forestry is going to be phased in over 35 years, a rate back of the napkin math of 5,000 hectares a year. And both ministers are tasked with moving 300,000 hectares into protection within the next 7 years. I think 82,500 within 2 years. So enough of the math. In Annapolis, we see high production forestry areas be identified, but we see 0 new protected areas identified. So maybe the minister could assure me or assure people in Annapolis or both that potential protected areas that aren't currently identified won't be affected by DNRR's ability to identify potential sites for high production forestry and other forestry practice. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable Minister of Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the question. So first off, I can assure you that the Department of Environment and Climate Change and the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables works very well together on a multitude of issues. And it also helps that the minister over there, he's not that bad of a fella. He's all right. He sits there and thinks he's got a better haircut than me, but he doesn't. We have a great collaborative relationship. I can tell you our respective staffs are always working together on a multitude of issues, whether it's on the regulatory side, whether it's climate change initiatives. As a matter of fact, I mean, when we launched the climate change plan in December of 2022, I mean, 70% of that plan, the execution of that plan falls to natural resources and renewables. So I just highlight that because whether it's at the ministerial level, the deputy level, senior leadership teams in both departments, there's always ongoing discussion and collaboration. So one of the key things I want to highlight in our protected areas strategy is the word collaboration. Certainly when we attempt to analyze something, when we attempt to arrive at a decision point, Mr. Chair, there's always lots of collaboration, and that's the operative word in that plan as we work cross-departmentally to achieve that 20% target. Just recently, the Minister of Natural Resources announced 15 new and expanded provincial parks. While that's the scope of natural resources and renewables, and wilderness areas and nature reserves are my scope, I can tell you there's always constant back and forth discussions between the two departments, and that collaborative protected area strategy was a classic example of two departments working together to get, I think, a really strong plan out to Nova Scotians to signal that we have a very, very strong path forward. So I think it's really important that as Minister, I highlight that, while we are absolutely committed to strong land and water targets, protection targets, we're also a government that very much supports our traditional industries, our traditional sectors, which certainly, in an incredibly beautiful area like yours that you have the privilege of representing, I mean, certainly you see those traditional sectors. You see agriculture, you see forestry, you see, our fisheries, right? Our fisheries, a $2.5 billion sector for Nova Scotia. So while we have these strong targets, we also utilize the concept of sustainable development. And so that means, chatting with different forestry organizations. That means chatting with our foresters and getting their perspective and their take on how things should move forward. And, certainly I'm a minister, and I know my colleagues, and I know all MLAs, we want to listen to our residents and find that consensus and find that balanced approach. Not always easy, I can tell you that, not always easy, but that's the task, right? To try to advance things that we know that are right for Nova Scotia, that are best for Nova Scotia. And certainly, that 20% strategy, is going to guide us. And at any time, I encourage all MLAs, reach out to our staff. We have a really strong staff in the protected areas department under our Sustainability and Applied Science division, and as the Minister of Natural Resources on his side. So in conclusion, in summary, nothing happens in isolation. There's always ongoing collaboration within the Government of Nova Scotia, among government departments, and always ongoing collaboration with the multitude of stakeholders that are out there. And there's a lot, because people are very, very passionate about land and water protection.
I recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
Thank you, and I certainly don't doubt the collaboration between both departments. I worked with the Minister of DNRR as critic for DNRR for the last year, so I'm aware of that. My question was, in essence, specifically, if you do the math, identifying 82,000 hectares to be protected in protected areas versus 10,000 hectares to be identified for high production, that's an 8 times rate to be protected than the high production area. I've got friends and family and myself have worked in the woods, worked in forestry. I'm the current agriculture critic, so I certainly know the value of traditional industries because I work in them or have so. But my question was specific. We aren't seeing protected areas be identified in Annapolis, but we certainly see support for industries such as forestry that deserve that support. So I'll move on to the next question. That one wasn't answered, but maybe one of the minister's staff could follow up with a more specific answer. Pardon me. Leahy suggests a Class 2 EA environmental assessment for forest planning. And part of that, I believe, will replace the map viewer, which I think is a dismal tool. But has the department agreed to add this Class 2 EA assessment to forest planning? And if so, what is the plan and when will this plan take effect? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. And certainly the Leahy report, very important for the overall sustainability of the sector, the matrix, the ecological forestry matrix. And I've certainly had some really good chats with Bill Leahy over the years. Always learn a lot from Bill Leahy and a great perspective that he has. In the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we committed to, in 2024, modernizing our environmental assessment process, having a look at that. I can tell you the work is ongoing with that environmental assessment process. We have to have that completed by the end of this year. And there's a multitude of things that we're looking at in terms of modernizing the environmental assessment process. And that, again, is coming out of complete necessity in a time of unprecedented growth in the province, which is going to have an impact on our traditional sectors, as you know. So yes, it's on the radar screen. We have a strategic lead for environmental assessment. We've certainly done consultations on that, and now the work is ongoing in developing what that'll look like. You know, environmental assessments moving forward. You know, utilizing the Mi'kmaq concept of Niduglamik and climate change, and also just the vast amount of onshore wind projects, clean renewable projects. You know, environmental assessment is a tool used to assess, you know, the extent to which a project is going to have an impact on the environment, and as you know, the steps that will be taken by a proponent to mitigate the impacts of their project to the environment. So I believe the last time that was modernized or reformed, I think it was in the early 2000s. Or maybe earlier. And so it's time. It's absolutely time that we do this, and I can assure the member that those conversations are taking place in the overall framework of that EA modernization, which we have to, under the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, need to have that out to Nova Scotians. And I'm very excited for this. I mean, you know, certainly as a minister, I didn't get into this. I didn't get into public life to mark time or you know, advance the status quo. We certainly want to move things forward all the time. And you know, in a time of how we're transforming and producing energy, you know, how you know, our environmental assessment needs to keep pace. I mean, just in the last year, I mean, you know, on the regulatory side, as I've indicated, I approved 10 onshore wind projects. The environmental assessment branch, our policy branch, I can tell you, is working flat out I think we do have some data on the amount of projects that we've had to analyze and make a decision on, which can range from an approval, a non-approval, and a more information request. So it's time to modernize that process, that very important process, and it's happening, and we'll have more to say on environmental assessment modernization, along with that recommendation from Bill Leahy as we move forward.
Recognize the honourable member, Annapolis.
Thank you. The minister mentioned, I think we're around 13.5% of areas protected, and the minister just mentioned 2026 to get to 15%. And the minister has mentioned the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy, which I'm aware of. I think it was published at Christmas-ish, just before. It didn't seem to establish any formal process for Nova Scotians to propose areas of protection. Is that correct?
I recognize the Honourable Environment Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. It is correct to say that both environment and climate change and natural resources and renewables has the in-house capacity to facilitate, to listen to the suggestions. And at any time, if you have a resident who wishes to advocate for a certain area to be designated as a wilderness area or a nature reserve, to reach out to my department, and if it's a provincial park proposal, to reach out to natural resources and renewables. So we have the capacity in-house. The strategy that we announced, I think it was December 22nd of last year, it very much is a collaborative approach. It's a roadmap. It's a framework to guide us to get to that 20% strategy, utilizing crown lands, private lands, and you have a lot of different solutions outlined in this plan, along with utilizing what's known as OECMs, other effective conservation measures. When I had the opportunity to visit Montreal in December of 2022 for the biodiversity conference, the Deputy Minister and I had the chance to learn about other effective conservation measures, which is a very, very interesting approach to land conservation. I think as in a jurisdiction like Nova Scotia, we have to be creative, we have to be collaborative, and OECMs offer a big part of that. And this actually came up as a topic at the last federal provincial meeting on biodiversity in May of last year, where a number of the provinces and territories engaged with the federal minister on the topic of other effective conservation measures. And certainly we'll be utilizing that moving forward, along with our ongoing partnership with the Mi'kmaq. Working with our partners on Indigenous land conservation, IPCAs. And that's a key component of the plan. And I have to say, just on a very personal level, as I've mentioned before, the opportunity in January of last year, the Deputy Minister and I, and at the time Minister McFarlane, who was the All-New Affairs Minister at the time, the opportunity to sign a co-management, a co-governance agreement with the Mi'kmaq for Glooscap, wilderness area. This for me, that is so key with reconciliation, and there's a component of reconciliation, a big component in our collaborative protected areas strategy. So in summary, at any time, if you have a resident that you represent and that you wish to connect, we will connect them with our protected areas folks at Environment, and certainly over at Natural Resources and Renewables. We have the capacity in-house to engage in those conversations, and we want to hear from Nova Scotians, their ideas of what areas should be conserved. And oftentimes as MLAs, I mean, that's, you meet with a resident and you just want to make sure you connect them with the right level of government. So if you ever have that resident coming in wanting to talk about a certain piece of land, a piece of water being preserved, by all means, my department, Minister Rushton's department are ready to engage in those conversations. We want to engage in those conversations because they're so important. And land and water conservation, big component in our overall climate change strategy.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
So what I'm trying to get to is, I still didn't hear it in that answer. I've got, and I know the minister's been copied, so has the Minister of DNRR, on, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens and dozens and dozens of suggestions for one particular area in Annapolis. So the minister just suggested, just reach out, have a Nova Scotian reach out. They've reached out. Does that mean that's the formal process? They've reached out, they've identified one particular area. I agree about certain parts of that area being protected, if not all of it. Is that enough?
I recognize the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So absolutely, as I said, we have the capacity, and I don't want the member to think that the recommendations that come in from community are lost into a black hole or an abyss. We take this absolutely into consideration within the framework of that collaborative protected area strategy. And if you look at sort of the 4 pillars or solutions outlined in the 20% strategy, I mean, solution 1 is to identify, protect, and manage provincially administered lands and inland waters, and we highlight a number of key actions to achieve that goal. The second pillar is we will work with people and groups to support education around the expanded conservation of private lands, and in the plan, as you know, you see the actions that we'll take. I've highlighted the support of Mi'kmaq leadership in conservation, but also the 4th pillar very much relates to the member's question. And that pillar or solution is we will foster partnerships to highlight community and economic benefits derived from our protected and conserved areas, such as exploring with government and non-government partners how best to position our system of protected and conserved areas and branding Nova Scotia as a great place to live, work, and visit. So to that, I'd say to the honourable member, absolutely, continue to reach out, continue to advocate, continue to have meetings. The process of getting a designation, a lot of work goes into it. As the member knows, both NRR and ECC are finishing up the 2013 PUPA plan, Parks and Protected Areas plan, as you know, and so the work is still ongoing, 11 years after that. And one of the early files, as I mentioned, was that was brought to my attention, and certainly got my interest was Archibald Lake. And we designated that as a protected area last summer, but that was almost 2 years of work, right? So this is the thing. I mean, I really applaud the land and protection folks out there. I mean, they are champions of patience because you're dealing with some very. I mean, these are land transactions, right? So very complex. A lot of passion around it, a lot of opinions. And certainly, moving a designation forward, both the Minister of NRR and I know it has its challenges and opportunities. But bottom line is continue to encourage your residents to engage with my department, natural resources and renewables. And in some cases, I mean, it's years in the making when we finally get something across the finish line. Do I want to go faster? Absolutely. I work with the Premier, as does my colleagues. It's just in my nature. Go fast and get it done effectively. And I really feel with this collaborative protected area strategy, we've got a great roadmap, a great framework, and we have the capacity at both departments to facilitate these discussions and to reach out at any time to our Director of Protected Areas at both departments.
I recognize the Honourable Member Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. So I have reached out to the department a number of times. There is a volunteer group, citizen scientists in Annapolis. They have proposed a Goldsmith Lake area. I think the minister has seen those same dozens of emails. So they've done the engagement, they've organized music festivals, they've organized letter campaigns, they've organized community town halls. I mean, and there's no end. They will continue to organize. They're that passionate and committed to this particular area. I've been there, I've walked it. I grew up on a farm and we had a woodlot and worked in the woods. The only reason I mention that is, I mentioned in my previous preamble that I have experience working in those traditional sectors, but my career before coming here was owning and operating tourism companies. And if you're looking at areas that are considered as tourism opportunities or economic development opportunities, this area is it. I mean, along the lakes, some of the oldest trees I've seen in the area, and I can understand industry wanting to be in there as well, but there's got to be some kind of compromise where this particular area, Goldsmith Lake, I think up to 40 species at risk identified lichens and counting. So I guess, it's a rhetorical question, but when is enough enough? The community has for years put on all these events. They've highlighted the fact that tourism operators want this to be looked at as a wilderness area or protected. People that work in the industry agree, some don't. But my question is, what will it take specifically, knowing full well that the minister and his staff are working through the previous list? What does it take to flag this particular area for an interim basis? I've asked the department before, there is no mechanism to flag a piece or keep it in an interim process. I want to credit the Minister of DNRR. This particular area was on hold for harvesting. It's been approved to be harvested. It's now on hold because of all these species at risk areas being identified. So if the departments are collaborating, and I've spoken to the Minister in the Department of DNRR who says talk to the Minister of Environment, where does this piece fit with SAR occurrences, with the community that wants to identify this particular area? They're looking for action and some kind of movement on this particular piece. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Environment Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for their comments and question. And it certainly, I know for you as a leader in your community and myself serving Nova Scotia as a minister, it's not lost on us just, the incredible work our residents do in advocating, highlighting, you were just highlighting some of the different events that that folks have engaged in to raise awareness, and that's not lost on me. Like that's passion, and we see that from one end to the province to the other. The advocates for various areas to be protected. I would say though, I'm confident in the roadmap that we've put out with our collaborative protected areas strategy. 4 key solutions or pillars to that plan. I want the honourable member to know, like everything you've said, absolutely duly noted, and I hope I don't want anyone to ever interpret, I'm being flippant when it comes to these things, because I've so enjoyed getting to know a number of the advocates for land and water protection in Nova Scotia, and certainly so it's duly noted. And as we manage all these proposals, it's an exciting time in the sense that never before have we had a framework like this, a legislated framework, a roadmap. It's a good time for land and water protection in Nova Scotia. And to your point, absolutely. So many folks that come to Nova Scotia, specifically from other parts of Canada, we're renowned for our pristine ecosystems and just the love of our coastline and living beside that coastline in a safe way. And it's not lost on me at all. Certainly, your professional background, you saw that play out time and time again. And so certainly, look, there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done on this. And I think establishing that interim target to 15% by 2026 is going to be key. Along with that collaborative area strategy, the federal government sees our beautiful province of Nova Scotia as a leader on this. And that's why we were one of the first provinces in Confederation to enter into a nature agreement with Ottawa. And, one just needs to go to some of the various proposed areas and see the people around those areas. They're very passionate, very committed. And I respect that. And I want to work with that, and as does our respective teams at Environment and Climate Change and at Natural Resources and Renewables.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Annapolis.
Thank you. I'd like to switch topics. I don't have very much time, maybe 15 minutes or thereabouts. So this is concerning the community of Arlington, around the C&D site, the dump as the locals call it. But either way, my first question would be, is the site currently under investigation for any infractions?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. Certainly, this is a file I'm aware of, and I can tell you, staff in the Kentville office is following up on all matters on this file that are brought to our attention, and certainly I know the member has, I think a good working relationship with a number of the staff there. I mean, I think you grew up with some of them, and such a Nova Scotia thing, right? I mean, the degrees of separation. But this is an issue I know staff in the area are taking very, very seriously. I want the member to know a few weeks ago, through a meeting with the Nova Scotia Environmental Network, I had the opportunity to meet with Beth Cranston from the Annapolis Waterkeepers, and at that meeting I encouraged Beth and all the waterkeepers to keep engaging with our Kentville office. She's rightly so, very passionate on the issue, and I listened carefully to those concerns in that meeting. So I told Beth in the meeting, look, as the regulator, this is a role I take very, very seriously, and as the regulator, I'm very confident in our inspection and compliance division, and confident in the ongoing investigative work that they're doing, ongoing analysis, and again, just encouraging members of that organization to keep reaching out to staff. I mean, these are highly trained professionals with very, very strong backgrounds in environmental enforcement, and as the regulator, I'm very confident in that regulatory framework that we have to protect our environment. So definitely, encouraging that interaction, and the member knows with me and of course the staff at the Kentville office to reach out. I know this has been, from an MLA perspective, I'm sure, I have no doubt there has been, your role is to obviously give voice to the concerns you're hearing. As the regulator on my side, it's ensuring due process plays out as the neutral steward of the regulatory process. But I can assure the member that staff is following up on all matters brought to their attention on this file.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Annapolis.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I will continue to reach out to staff. It's the third year I've brought this issue up, 3 years in a row, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of movement. Beyond Beth Cranston and the several others that are part of this group, the Annapolis Waterkeepers, it's gone well beyond that group. There's an email here, and I'll table it, from Fred Wheatus. Fred and his wife have owned a farm for 3 generations, and the smell is so bad at the dump that they're selling their farm that's been in their family for so long. When a farm complains about smell from a dump, you have serious issues. This isn't just a small group. This is everyone in that community. They leave the community for days at a time when the wind's in a certain direction. They don't go back to their property. It's gotten worse. I've reached out to the company. Unfortunately, they've said there is no problem. So I need to lean on the department to try to fix this. So I guess, is the minister aware of this particular issue, and what can we do so that, farm families aren't selling their farms and other families aren't leaving the community to get away from this smell? It's become unbearable. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question and the points raised. Yes, absolutely, I can facilitate that, an environment officer to go out to meet with your resident and investigate that. Obviously, issues such as that, we very much want our residents to know that they can reach out to our regional offices throughout Nova Scotia. And that's absolutely key, right? As I indicated, these are trained professionals that very much have a very, very strong commitment to ensuring our laws and our regulations are being adhered to. So yes, absolutely, I will ensure that happens for the honourable member, for their resident, that we'll send an environment officer out to investigate.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Annapolis.
Thank you. Thank you to the Minister. So just before Christmas, I forget the exact date, maybe December, I met with the Regional Director of the Western Zone in Kentville alongside one of our county councillors. That issue was raised at that meeting, along with several other issues. I learned in that meeting that there was an investigation happening, that Smell and the inspectors had gone out to the site and talk to the ownership about that. But we're now 4 and 5 months later, and people are now, after having a home for 3 generations, are just giving up and saying, I'm selling, I'm out. So, pardon me, appreciate the Minister agreeing to send, or the Regional Director sending another inspector out, but enough's enough. It's already happened and nothing's being fixed. So, just wanted to flag that. My last question, then I'll hand it over to my colleague from the NDP. It's around water monitoring. So I guess my question, my comment would be, the residents have mentioned poor water quality in their homes due to this facility being there. They can't afford to get water tests done on a regular basis. I actually went on a four-wheeler a few months ago, I guess, on one of their excursions on private land to test the water. I wasn't testing, I was just observing and checking out what they were talking about. It's a lot better to be there in person than read emails and hear it on the phone. So my question would be, where does that stand if residents around this site are saying their drinking water is contaminated? They can't afford, and there doesn't seem to be any program to pay for their own tests. Would the Minister or the Department be willing to test that water on private land, should those private landowners give permission? And would the Department fund that testing?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question and comments. Absolutely, our Executive Director will follow up on this. I know you know our Executive Director quite well, and certainly, as the member knows, all the decisions on the ground and as a minister that are made are as regulator, it's based on the science and the data, and that's what our environment officers utilize when making a decision call on the ground. I'm very, very confident in the regulatory framework and the professionalism and competence of our environment officers. So absolutely, yes, this is duly noted. The executive director will be reaching out to you on this, and your suggestion related to water testing, that'll be taken under advisement.
Recognize the honourable member Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister and staff. Have a good night. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Great, thank you. And can you tell me how much time is left in total?
Yeah, we have approximately 16 minutes and 38 seconds.
Okay, great, thank you. So I wanted to ask about, the sort of concern and confusion around changes to the wetlands conservation policy, or perhaps changes in how wetlands conservation policy is interpreted. I've heard from a lot of folks from around Nova Scotia, a lot of folks in science, and folks at the Ecology Action Centre. I have asked the minister in the House before about this, and I do think that there is something new, and we did see that from a FOIPOP. So why were the guidelines updated, and in particular, why were they revised to exclude vulnerable or special concern areas?
Recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the question and the opportunity. So as a government, we certainly appreciate and understand the significance of wetlands, the ecological service that they provide, whether it's related to species at risk and in capturing and storing carbon. And certainly, we utilize as government a multitude of tools to protect our wetlands. And, we use regulations, we use legislation, we have the Nova Scotia Endangered Species Act, we have the Nova Scotia Biodiversity Act, we have the Species at Risk Act, there's also the Canada Wildlife Act. And along with that menu of regulations and legislation, we also then have the wetland conservation policy. And this is utilized as an internal guidance document, and it's, as I've highlighted, it's one of the many, many tools we use to protect wetlands in Nova Scotia. So to be crystal clear, and as I mentioned in the House, I think in the fall, I mean, not a word has changed in that policy. Nothing's changed. The policy has always said that a wetland of special significance can be altered for a necessary public function. What we clarified to staff was the importance of a consistent application of the guideline throughout the policy, and that's what was clarified. And certainly, Nova Scotians, again, I mean, coming back to land and water protection, this is absolutely something that they are very passionate about, and rightly so. I mean, we take great pride in our conserved areas, in our wetlands, and obviously, in terms of climate action, climate policy, the wetland conservation policy is one tool utilized in a menu of things that we utilize to protect wetlands. So for clarity, in summary, nothing changed with the policy. A direction was given by myself as minister in the importance of a consistent application of the policy as we move forward in a time of again, unprecedented population growth, a time of unprecedented economic growth, and that brings itself the challenges and opportunities, right? And certainly, policies such as this, as I said, is one tool we use out of many tools, to protect Nova Scotia from environmental damage.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. So I understand the minister says that the policy wasn't, not a word of the policy was changed, but I believe that there are updated guidelines published in September of 2023. And within those, I understand the direction in several areas changed, and just off the top of my head, one of those was not to include species of vulnerable or special concern, but only endangered species. And the other part that I understand is that if you had an area that you would want to protect adjacent to an area where it wasn't deemed to need a special level of protection, or it wasn't a wetland of special significance, that under the old interpretation, the entire area would be protected. And what I understand under the new interpretation is that only the area that is the wetland of special significance, no sort of adjacent or connecting wetlands, would be included in that protection. I also understood that previously the determination of a wetlands of special significance would be based on a sort of a variety of information. So, and so what that could mean is that species in particular could be spotted seasonally or from time to time. But what I understand now is the interpretation is based on sort of a one-time survey done by a land developer. So this is what I understand, and I stakeholders who I think also understand how this policy has been used have explained this to me. So I'm wondering if the minister could clarify those three particular points.
Recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the follow-up question on wetlands. So again, to be clear, I mean, there hasn't been any change to the guideline. Mr. Chair, like if you look at the guidelines for the wetland conservation policy, it's the same now as it was 8 months ago on the website. So as I highlighted, I mean, when it comes to the protection of wetlands, we use multiple laws and regulations to protect these very, very important wetlands that Nova Scotians are very, it's near and dear to their hearts. As I said, I mean, we've got the Endangered Species Act, the Nova Scotia Biodiversity Act, Species at Risk Act, the Canada Wildlife Act, and in point of fact, all of those pieces of legislation and regulations supersede the wetland conservation policy. And that wetland conservation policy is a part of a suite of actions that we take to protect wetlands in Nova Scotia. And certainly, again, I mean, nothing's changed. We're moving forward with the clarification that a consistent application of the wetland conservation policy, the expectation of this minister is that a consistent application of that policy throughout the regions is very important.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, with 7.5 minutes.
So I'm wondering if the minister can clarify then. So the determination was made, the minister wanted the department to consistently administer the existing policy and guidelines. How was this communicated to staff? When was it communicated to staff? And what inconsistencies were trying to be cleared up by this?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the follow-up. So it's pretty standard operating procedure for executive leadership teams in all our government departments to regularly provide updates and expectations to staff in terms of clarifying certain expectations and certainly that the wetland conservation policy is a very important policy that's part of our, overall, that's in the toolbox that's used to protect wetlands. And, we have very, very strong regulations and laws on the protection of wetlands. And it's actually one of the key things, our environment officers are monitoring throughout the province, utilizing that, for lack of a better term, that toolbox that we use to protect wetlands. So moving forward, we have clarification on the wetland policy, a consistent application throughout the province, and we still, of course, have a number of acts, as I've outlined, that protect these wetlands, and certainly, look, I mean, moving forward, we want to ensure protection of this. Moving forward, this is also part of, a very strong roadmap, Mr. Chair, that we have for a 20% land and water conservation target. So we've got lots of tools at our disposal to protect these things that Nova Scotians hold very precious to them.
Before I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island, there's about 4 minutes left, so if you wanted to wrap up tonight, or okay. I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Yeah, well, I think the intent is to wrap up tonight, so I assume you'll call order when the 4 minutes are up.
Well, when the 4 minutes are up, then we'll hit our 4 hours, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you might need a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So, sure. I mean, I guess what I was just going to say is that I appreciate the clarification that, often senior management gets together and makes decisions, but I have worked in a number of government departments, and usually that involves like a memo or something like that seeks to clarify. So I just, the minister didn't want to answer the question, but I just wanted to put that out there that, I was asking a pretty easy question. And with that, I'll cede the rest of the time to the minister to close debate.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change with ideally about 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all members in engaging in, I think, a very productive conversation this evening on environment and climate change policy. I want to take a moment and thank the Deputy Minister of our department. Thank you. And of course, our incredible executive leadership team, everyone that's here with us. It is truly a team effort in all that we do in protecting our environment and advancing climate change policy that we know will be absolutely key for future generations. And also I want to thank our colleagues at the Department of Finance. The other hat that I wear within the Government of Nova Scotia is Chair of the Treasury and Policy Board. So again, just a big thank you to to our incredible team at Finance, who do such an incredible job in managing the finances of Nova Scotia. That being said, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $73,876,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. That would conclude our time allotted today for estimates. So with that, we're adjourned.